News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm John Tucker.
And John, the drop in stocks we are seeing around the world comes ahead of President Donald Trump's planned announcement of tariffs on Wednesday. White House officials had insisted earlier this month the levies would be more targeted, with some nations being excluded. But on Air Force One last night, the president pushed back on that idea.
You'd start with all countries, so let's see what happens. There are many countries involved. I haven't heard a rumor about 15 countries, 10 or 15.
So you're starting with all countries?
Well, essentially, all of the countries that we're talking about. Wouldn't be talking about all countries. It's not a cutoff.
President Trump's indicated the plan will go beyond matching tariffs that other countries slap on U.S. imports to include things like value-added taxes and regulations that the White House sees as unfair.
And President Trump also threatening secondary tariffs on buyers of Russian oil if Vladimir Putin doesn't agree to a ceasefire with Ukraine. In an interview with NBC News, the president said he was very angry with Putin for questioning Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as a negotiating partner, but he softened his tone with Putin on Air Force One.
I don't think he's going to go back on his word. I've known him for a long time. We've always gotten along well. He considers Zelensky not credible. He's supposed to be making a deal with him, whether you like him or you don't like him. So I wasn't happy with that.
At the same time, President Trump pressuring Zelensky to agree to a deal on critical resource access, saying if Ukraine backs out of the rare earths deal, he's got, quote, big problems.
And John, President Trump's push for a ceasefire in Ukraine's drawing praise from his allies on Capitol Hill. Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin reacted on NBC's Meet the Press.
President Trump makes very clear where his positions are, and he's tough on all situations, but he's wanting to go through diplomacy first before anything else takes place. So him having a friendship or trying to have a relationship with Russia before this goes to this place was the right move. Now he's saying he's done.
That was Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma on NBC's Meet the Press, which you can hear every Sunday on Bloomberg Radio.
And President Trump also refusing to rule out.
ओए गाइस मार्केट ओपन हो गया है नेचुरल गैस क्रूड ऑयल मॉर्निंग सेशन ऑफ था इवनिंग सेशन ओपन है फिलहाल के लिए देखोगे गैप अप ओपनिंग था फॉरेक्स में ऊपर से रेजिस्टेंस लेके आया है क्रूड ऑयल भी फ्लैट ओपनिंग होने के बाद काफ़ी ऊपर गया था फॉरेक्स में वहाँ से रिवर्सल आया था लेट्स सी क्या प्लान कर सकते हैं ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस तो है नेचुरल गैस में फॉरेक्स में एक बार एमसीएक्स का भी थोड़ा क्लियर कर लेते हैं देन वी विल सी इक्विटी मार्केट भी क्लोज था ध्यान रखना जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम डेटा की बात करें कोई स्पेसिफिक डेटा तो नहीं है आज लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन इस मंथ का फर्स्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन इस वीक का शिकागो पीएमआई का डेटा है 715 पे गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा बाकी अभी 530 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग होगी तो देखते हैं वहाँ से कैसा वॉल्यूम आता है मोस्टली मार्केट वेट करेगा परसों का 2 ऑफ अप्रैल सॉरी जिस दिन रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ अनाउंस होने वाले हैं बिकॉज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट डे लेट्स सी ओवरऑल क्या इम्पैक्ट डालता है मार्केट पे बाकी गोल्ड को देखोगे तो गोल्ड एज यूजुअल टैरिफ की वजह से थोड़ा बुलिश ही हुआ था मॉर्निंग पे थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर से रिजेक्शन मिल रहा है मार्केट को कुछ प्राइस एक्शन बनता है तो देखते हैं बाकी देखो नेचुरल गैस को सेल कर सकते हैं नेचुरल गैस रेजिस्टेंस पर ही डे हाई इज अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया सेलिंग प्लान कर सकते हो यहाँ से क्रूड में देखते हैं एक मिनट हाँ फिर से आएगा फिर से कर देना लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस इन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल डोंट फॉरगेट टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल नीचे देखो टारगेट अभी एक रीटेस्ट का देखते हैं, बाकी नहीं तो अगर नीचे आया तो 338 के अराउंड फाइनल टारगेट रहेगा। बीच में एक रीटेस्ट जोन भी है, तो वी विल वेट फॉर दैट रीटेस्ट जोन एज वेल, बिकॉज दैट जोन इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट। बाकी उसके नीचे निकलता है तो फाइनल टारगेट आपका 338 फ्यूचर चार्ट में रहने वाला है। बाकी ऑब्वियसली वहां तक डायरेक्टली तो नहीं गिरेगा, तो थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे कि बीच में जो रीटेस्ट जोन है वो भी कंप्लाई हो जाए साथ साथ में। बाकी टारगेट यहीं तक का है, ठीक है। बीच में जो रीटेस्ट जोन रहेगा इसको एक बार थोड़ा सा देखते हैं। रीटेस्ट जोन इन द सेंस अब एक गैप भी हो गया है, तो वो गैप भी एज अ सपोर्ट की तरह काम कर सकता है। बट हमारे पास वो एक रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, तो रीटेस्ट जोन की तरह काम करना चाहिए। तो बीच का एक लेवल हमारे पास और है विच इज़ 348, ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में। वो थोड़ा सा वहाँ पर प्राइस रुकना चाहिए, लॉजिकली तो रुकना चाहिए रीटेस्ट के लिए। अगर नहीं रुकता है तब फाइनल टारगेट नीचे रखना, नहीं तो वहाँ पर आप प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेंगे इन फ्यूचर चार्ट। ठीक है, तो ये बीच का लेवल रहेगा, रीटेस्ट जोन रुकेगा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, तो रुकना चाहिए यहाँ पर डेफिनेटली। यहाँ पर भी थोड़ा बहुत सपोर्ट मिलेगा, तो एक तरह से मान के चलो लगभग 13-14 पॉइंट यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आना चाहिए लॉजिकली। आ जाता है वेल एंड गुड ही है, कुछ ऐसा प्राइस सेक्शन बन जाता है। अगर ऐसा नहीं बनता तो फिर रेंज बना के बैठ जाएगा 13 पॉइंट की। ठीक है, तो ये हमारे लिए हो गया एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट रीटेस्ट के तौर पे। इसको कर सकते हैं। बाकी अगर ऊपर निकलता है तो ऊपर देखेंगे कहाँ निकल सकता है प्राइस। छोटा सा ही एसएल रहेगा। ये ऊपर वाला भी काफी बार टेस्ट हो गया। ऊपर भी जस्ट एक थोड़ा सा ऊपर देखोगे 365 के अराउंड, वहां पर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस था। वहां पर मल्टीपल टाइम रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, तो मैंने लगाया नहीं है, मैं वैसे लगा दे रहा हूँ। वो भी एक रेजिस्टेंस ही है, बट लेट्स सी, क्योंकि वो ऑलरेडी 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, अगर वहां आ गया तो 4th टाइम हो जाएगा वो। हाँ, 365 पुराना वाला रेजिस्टेंस याद होगा। 1 2 3, हाँ 3 बार वहां से भी रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है प्राइस ऑलरेडी। लगा देते हैं इसको भी। ठीक है, दोनों पास पास ही हैं, या तो एक ब्रॉडर एक ही लगा लो या फिर अलग अलग लगा सकते हो, चॉइस आपकी है। दोनों ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है। ऊपर वाला टेस्ट हो चुका है मल्टीपल टाइम, 1 2 3। तो ओवरऑल रेजिस्टेंस जोन यहाँ तक रहना चाहिए 367.3 के अराउंड। इससे बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस नहीं होना चाहिए, ध्यान रखना 367 से बड़ा नहीं, क्योंकि इसके ऊपर आया तो फिर वो ब्रेकआउट ही हो जाएगा सीधा। के ऊपर नेक्स्ट 380 के अराउंड है एक रेजिस्टेंस। क्रूड को भी देखते हैं, क्रूड में क्या कर सकते हैं। हुआ तो फ्लैट ही ओपन है। लाइक भी करो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। 1 2 3 4 5 5 टाइम टेस्ट हो गया रे तो लेवल ऊपर वाला। में देखो फिलहाल के लिए मार्केट फ्लैट ओपन हुआ है, थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग जरूर आ रही है। परसों रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था, वहां से कंटिन्यूसली सेलिंग आई थी, बीच का एफईजी ब्रेक कर दिया था, याद होगा आप लोगों को। प्लान देखो क्या हो सकता है इसमें अभी फिलहाल के लिए। थोड़ा नीचे आ जाए तो बाइंग सपोर्ट से करेंगे। एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट तो थोड़ा सा डाउन साइड पर ही है अभी। ऊपर अगर देखा जाए 15 मिनट में, स्पेस नहीं है, एसएल बड़े हो जाएंगे। नॉट गुड। यहाँ पर एक एफईजी बना है क्रूड ऑयल में करंट एरिया पे। रेजिस्टेंस तो दूर ही है खैर अभी। दिस इज द एफईजी ओवर हियर। परसों आपका ब्रेक हो गया था रेंज, तो लेट्स सी थोड़ा सा कंटिन्यू रखता है अगर सेल ऑफ। दो इश्यू हो सकती हैं, थोड़ा नीचे गिरे प्राइस या फिर थोड़ा ऊपर वापस चला जाए परसों के हाई के आसपास, तभी कुछ ठीक ठाक ट्रेड बन पाएगा। नहीं तो फिर ये एफईजी वगैरह ही प्ले करना पड़ेगा अभी, क्योंकि बीच में और कोई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस दिख नहीं रहे हैं बिल्कुल भी। पर अगर ये एफईजी से अगर एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान होता है तो लगभग 26 पॉइंट का एसएल लेना पड़ेगा, 26 पॉइंट का एफईजी से। लगभग 1:3 का टारगेट रख सकते हैं। कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है एग्जैक्ट, सॉरी कोई एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, तो ये थोड़ा सा रिस्की साइड पे रहेगा, बट इसके अलावा और कोई ट्रेड बनता नहीं है। थोड़ा सा अगर रिस्क ले सकते हो तो ये ट्रेड प्लान करना, अदरवाइज ज़रूरी नहीं है, वेट करो क्रूड में। ठीक है, लिख दे रहा हूँ, थोड़ा सा रिस्की है ये, क्योंकि रेजिस्टेंस पे नहीं बनाया, मैं फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ। तो वही लोग लेना जो रिस्क ले सकते हैं या क्वांटिटी कम करके। 26 पॉइंट का एसएल बन रहा है फ्यूचर में। ठीक है, ऑप्शन का पता नहीं, डिपेंड करेगा कौन सा ऑप्शन ट्राई कर रहे हो। 5920 के नीचे ब्रेकडाउन अगर हो जाता है तब बढ़िया, अदरवाइज तो मुश्किल हो जाएगा इसके लिए। लेट्स सी, देखते हैं कितना मूव करेगा। और बाकी नीचे आ जाए तो बेस्ट सिनेरियो है, बेस्ट के सिनेरियो। परसों ही वेट कर रहे थे, वो एग्जैक्टली दो लेवल हैं वैसे तो नीचे। एक हमारे पास डाउन साइड में मिल जाएगा 5830 के अराउंड, वहाँ अगर पहुँच जाए तो बेस्ट सिनेरियो रहेगा, टेस्ट लेवल है। ठीक है, यहाँ कहीं मिल जाए अगर ये, अच्छा रहेगा सपोर्ट बाई करने के लिए वापस से। वैसे अगर देखोगे तो फिर मार्केट के पास ऊपर भी एक सपोर्ट है, बट वो क्योंकि मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हुआ है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग वो होल्ड तो नहीं होना चाहिए। बट उसको एक इंटरमीडिएटरी पॉइंट लेके चलेंगे। क्रूड का ध्यान रखना, ट्रेड का रिस्क ही है, जो लेगी लेना, जो रिस्क ले सकते हैं, अदरवाइज अवॉइड कर सकते हैं। जो थोड़ा सा वेट कर रहे हैं लेवल्स के लिए नेचुरल गैस ज़्यादा बेटर है। ऊपर यार देखो, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस, मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो थोड़ा दूर ही है क्रूड का। ऊपर वो पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी बड़ा एक रेजिस्टेंस है वैसे तो। वहाँ से मल्टीपल टाइम रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, अब देखते हैं, क्योंकि अब की बार गया तो फिर थोड़ा और ऊपर जाके आएगा, क्योंकि रेजिस्टेंस बहुत है, ब्रॉडर रेंज में है, तो लिक्विडिटी कहाँ कहाँ पर एग्जैक्टली होगी ये तो नहीं कहा जा सकता, बट उस पूरे लेवल में लिक्विडिटी है। तो वो पुराना वाला जो लेवल था परसों का, वो लगा सकते हैं। ऊपर आता है तो फिर मेरे अकॉर्डिंग 6050 तक जाना चाहिए, वहाँ से रिजेक्शन लेना चाहिए अब की बार। क्योंकि दोनों जगह से ले चुका है लिक्विडिटी, यहाँ से लोअर एंड से ले चुका है, हायर एंड से ले चुका है, लास्ट थर्ड पॉइंट बचता है जहाँ पर अभी भी थोड़ी बहुत लिक्विडिटी पेंडिंग है। नेचुरल गैस का ये रहेगा नीचे पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट तक, इसके नीचे निकलेगा तब देखेंगे, और नीचे का फिलहाल 348 के अराउंड ये लेवल। वेट कर रहा हूँ, ये नेचुरल गैस, सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल का ये जो ट्रेड है एफईजी से थोड़ा सा रिस्की है, याद रखना, लेवल पे नहीं है, तो वही लोग लें जो रिस्क ले सकते हैं, अदरवाइज लेवल का वेट करना चाहिए, अपर लेवल या फिर नीचे लोअर लेवल का। ये भी पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट मान सकते हैं। 5830 इज अ बेस्ट लेवल नाउ मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। 5890 भी है, बट वो थोड़ा सा मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्टेड है। ऊपर 6030 एंड 6050 मेजर रेजिस्टेंस जोन्स। करो guys, 40 people are watching, don't forget to like the stream, subscribe the channel as well. सिंह जी, धन में नेचुरल गैस फ्यूचर का चार्ट आज का नहीं दिख रहा है। चार्ट नहीं दिख रहा मतलब मैं समझा नहीं। ट्रेड तो हो रहा है, फ्यूचर ट्रेड तो हो रहा है। रिफ्रेश कर लो एक बार, या फिर मेरे को लग रहा है शायद आप मोबाइल में चला रहे हो या फिर लैपटॉप में, एक बार बता देना अगर मोबाइल में चला रहे हो तो। जो नेचुरल गैस का चार्ट है, वहाँ पर ऑन चार्ट करके एक ऑप्शन आता है मोबाइल में अगर यूज़ कर रहे हो, ठीक है। उसको ओपन कर लो, वहाँ पर डायरेक्टली चार्ट दिख जाएगा आपको, ठीक है। ट्रेडिंग व्यू वाला ही दिख जाएगा डायरेक्टली, अलग से रिडायरेक्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। बाकी अगर उसमें प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, चार्ट नहीं चल रहा है, अगर शो नहीं कर रहा है, अगर तो इजीली चार्ट को चेंज करो, और जो नॉर्मल चार्ट यूज़ कर रहे हो वो यूज़ ना करके ट्रेडिंग व्यू वाला चार्ट जो है वो यूज़ करो, फ्यूचर का ही। कई मार्केट जब क्लोज होता है ना, मॉर्निंग सेशन, तो इवनिंग सेशन पे शो नहीं करता है। शो क्या नहीं करता है, थोड़ा डेटा लेट से पहुंचता है, कह सकते हो। सिस्टम पे उनके अपडेट ही नहीं होता है, तो वहां पर सीधा दिखा देगा आपको, चार्ट पे लिखा होगा कि मार्केट तो ओपन है बट डेटा नॉट अवेलेबल। इवन दो ट्रेड कर सकते हो लेकिन डेटा नॉट अवेलेबल दिखाएगा। तो बेस्ट है कि वहाँ पर क्या कर सकते हो, सीधा ट्रेडिंग व्यू वाला जो चार्ट रहता है उसका वो यूज़ कर लो, ठीक है। बाकी ट्रेड तो उसी से करोगे, खैर धन के टर्मिनल से उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी। प्राइस देखने के लिए, चार्ट देखने के लिए ट्रेडिंग व्यू वाला यूज़ कर लेना, कुछ देर में वो ऑटोमेटिकली नॉर्मल हो जाता है। जो लोग अभी आए हैं फिर से रिपीट कर देता हूँ, क्रूड ऑयल बिटवीन द लेवल है, अभी लेवल पे आया नहीं है किसी भी। जो लोग लेवल पे ट्रेड करते हैं थोड़ा सा वेट करना कि लेवल के आसपास ही आए तब बाई सेल करना। कोई थोड़ा सा रिस्क ले सकता है तो एक एफ से ट्रेड बनाया है, बट ये रिस्की ट्रेड है, पहले ही रिपीट कर दूँ। 50-50% चांसेस है, जा भी सकता है और एसएल भी हिट कर सकता है। तो जो लोग वेट करना चाहते हैं लेवल का, वेट फॉर द लेवल। जो लोग थोड़ा रिस्क ले सकते हैं दे कैन ट्राई इट स्मॉल क्वांटिटी, अदरवाइज वेट फॉर द लेवल बेस्ट रहेगा। बाकी नेचुरल गैस गैप ओपन हुआ है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, दो दो रेजिस्टेंस वो साथ में बने हुए हैं, चाहे तो मिक्स कर दो, चाहे तो अलग अलग बना सकते हो, चॉइस आपकी है, कोई चीज़ नहीं है। ये लेवल ऊपर के मल्टीपल 3 से 4 बार टेस्ट हो चुके हैं, ध्यान रखना, ठीक है। 3 से 4 बार ऑलरेडी पास्ट में टेस्ट हो चुका है, तो थोड़ा सा उस वजह से रिस्की रहेगा। बाकी अभी तक है, सेल गया नहीं है तो वी हैव टू वेट। सेल कर सकते हैं यहाँ से नीचे। टारगेट हमारा पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट का एरिया रहेगा, ये पहला टारगेट। यहाँ पर रुक सकता है प्राइस, सपोर्ट जोन या फिर कह सकते हो रिटेस्ट जोन है। यहाँ पर रुकता है तो वेल एंड गुड, यहाँ से बाइंग का प्लान कर लेंगे। अगर ये नहीं होल्ड करता है तो फिर नेक्स्ट मेजर सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा नीचे रहेगा। बाकी ये भी वैसे सपोर्ट मानना इसको, क्योंकि रेजिस्टेंस था तो ब्रेकआउट हो गया है, तो उसका सीधा एक्ट लाइक एज अ रेजिस्टेंस, एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट। गॉट इट। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में भी नीचे एक सपोर्ट 5008, 30 के अराउंड, उसके ऊपर ये यहाँ पर भी सपोर्ट है, बट ये 2 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है तो अब थोड़ा वीक होना चाहिए इसको भी। 5890 ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस आपका 6030, 6050 टेस्ट हो चुके हैं। 6030 के लेवल, 50 वाला और इम्पोर्टेंट है। ये परसों का ही ऊपर का रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, उसमें कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है। थर्टी हो चुका है लंदन सेशन के बाद, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी ओपन, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज ओपन नाउ। यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन होगा अब सीधा 7 बजे, उससे पहले न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो चुका है। थोड़ा वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, आना चाहिए दोनों ही जगह, क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस दोनों ही लेवल पे। भी कर सकते हो क्रूड में, अगर रिस्क नहीं ले सकते देखो इतना। बाकी रिस्क की ट्रेड में लेना पड़ेगा रिस्क, तभी ट्रेड बनता है, अदरवाइज वो ट्रेड नहीं बन रहा है। उसमें लगभग 28 पॉइंट का एसएल है, 21 पॉइंट का सॉरी, फ्यूचर के अकॉर्डिंग। नहीं ले सकते हो तो अवॉइड, थोड़ा बहुत रिस्क तो लेना पड़ेगा इस ट्रेड के लिए, और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है यहाँ पर, नहीं तो फिर वेट करना पड़ेगा। यू हैव ओनली 2 ऑप्शन। बाकी 530 की कैंडल है, थोड़ी वॉलेटाइल जरूर होगी 530 कैंडल, सो वॉलेटिलिटी एक्सपेक्टेड इन दिस कैंडल, क्रूड में भी और गोल्ड नेचुरल गैस में। लाइक्स पे रुकना नहीं है गाइस, लाइक करते रहो, लाइक नहीं रुकनी चाहिए। या ओवरऑल व्यू नेचुरल गैस का थोड़ा सा बुलिश ही हो गया था परसों ट्रेडिंग सेशन में, याद होगा एक बाइंग सपोर्ट से आ रही थी, आते आते मार्केट यहाँ तक क्लोज हो गया था अपने के बीच में रेजिस्टेंस, नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर वाला ही है, तो वो रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर निकल गया, थोड़ा बहुत तो बुलिश ही था, अभी भी है कह सकते हैं। ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है, थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन ले सकता है, अदरवाइज अब जब तक 335 के ऊपर ट्रेड कर रहा है बुलिश ही कहेंगे। यस, रेजिस्टेंस जोन से थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग जरूर आ सकती है, बट ओवरऑल व्यू 336 के या 335 के नीचे ही वापस बेरिस होगा। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि ऊपर ही जाता रहेगा, जा सकता है जाने को, बट रेजिस्टेंस जोन से थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आनी चाहिए, सो दैट प्राइस थोड़ा पुल बैक दे और लिक्विडिटी ले। एक 15 मिनट का ट्रेंड थोड़ी सी चेंज करने की कोशिश करिए प्राइस में। तो परसों वाला एफईजी हटा दिया, क्रूड में वो काम का नहीं है, उसके नीचे कैंडल ऑलरेडी क्लोज हो चुकी थी। नेचुरल गैस में दोनों रेजिस्टेंस को एक ही मान के चलना, ठीक है, बड़ा एक रेजिस्टेंस मान के चलना, वो अलग अलग नहीं है, वो एक ही लेवल है, बिकॉज दोनों रेजिस्टेंस बहुत पास पास है। चाहो तो मर्ज भी कर सकते हो दोनों लेवल को, वो और बेटर रहेगा। बाकी रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ का ही डेट है इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर द मार्केट। एक बार न्यूज़ देख लेते हैं कौन कौन सी न्यूज़ शेड्यूल है आज के लिए। लेट्स सी द न्यूज़
Running
ऑफ द
for
आवर
a
फर्स्ट।
third term. He told NBC there are methods that would allow him to run again. When asked about it on Air Force One, the president had this to say.
What do you want to talk about? I'm just telling you, I have had more people say, please run again. I said, we have a long way to go before we even think about that.
Well, the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution limits presidents to just 2 terms. It was enacted after Franklin Delano Roosevelt was elected to a 4th term in 1944.
Let's turn back to markets now, John. As we said, futures and stocks around the world are sliding as we begin a new trading week. In Japan, the Nikkei entered correction territory, and as you mentioned, gold once again is trading at a record. Heading into today's session, the S&P 500 is down more than 5%. That's in contrast to stocks in Europe. They are higher by 12% for the quarter. Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Equity Research Tim Craighead has more on the divergence.
After years clearly of a tech-driven, tech-led rally in the U.S. outperforming basically everything, this has been a 3-month period where we've had DeepSeek meet a German bazooka in terms of spending meets Donald Trump tariffs. And it's those three factors that have turned tech on its head, have ignited optimism that we're not going to let this crisis in Europe go to waste, and we're actually going to get some collaboration and integration and movement.
That's Tim Craighead of Bloomberg Intelligence. The risk of tariff-linked damage has propelled the S&P 500 to its worst quarter since 2022, wiping $5 trillion off its value from a record high in February.
And Nathan, Goldman Sachs is cutting its S&P 500 target for a second time this month. They're citing higher recession risk and tariff-related uncertainty. The team, led by David Kostin, now sees the benchmark to ending the year around 5,700 points versus their previous estimate of 6,200. The new target implies gains of just 2% from Friday's close. It's among the lowest on Wall Street, according to data compiled by Bloomberg.
ओके, गोल्ड का ही पूछा था मुझे परसों किसी ने। मैंने गोल्ड का वैसे बता तो दिया था हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे वीकली एनालिसिस में, बट ओवरऑल तो देखो बुलिश ही है। अभी ट्रम्प और टैरिफ लगाते हैं अगर किसी मेजर कंट्रीज पे तो और ऊपर जाएगा। फिलहाल के लिए वैसे देखोगे इंट्राडे में 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का जो लोग पूछ रहे थे, सो गोल्ड का एनालिसिस भी एक बार मैं कर दे रहा हूँ। वैसे फॉरेक्स चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ओवरऑल बुलिश ही है, ठीक है। ओवरऑल तो कहीं से भी बेयरिश नहीं लग रहा है किसी भी टाइम फ्रेम पे। हायर टाइम फ्रेम में तो बिल्कुल भी रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है मार्केट में। आज भी देखोगे वैसे ही गैप अप हुआ तो थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आई और फिर चला गया ऊपर। तो ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो है नहीं कि मैं कहूँ सेल ऑफ आ जाएगा डायरेक्टली, हो सकता है आ जाए, बट रेजिस्टेंस ऐसा कोई पर्टिकुलर बना नहीं है वहाँ पे जिसको मैं डिफाइन कर पाऊँ। बाकी एक पुल बैक वैसे बनता तो है, तो 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे अभी के हिसाब से कोई रेजिस्टेंस वहाँ पर है ही नहीं, ठीक है। देयर इज नो सच रेजिस्टेंस जोन। पिवट का यूज़ कर सकते हो, वो थोड़ा एक बेटर ऑप्शन रहेगा फॉर फाइंडिंग द रेजिस्टेंस। पिवट पॉइंट स्टैंडर्ड वो एक आपको एक नॉर्मली रेजिस्टेंस बता देता है, या फिर एक दूसरा इंडिकेटर है दैट इज़ कॉल्ड इकिमिचू क्लाउड, जो मैंने बताया था। उसके बेसिस पे थोड़ा बहुत देख सकते हो कि थोड़ा पुल बैक बनता है लॉजिकली 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी, कि प्राइस एक बार 3140 के आसपास से या फिर इसी करंट लेवल से 3115 के नीचे गिरे और एक पुल बैक दे 3070 के अराउंड। तो ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस बना नहीं है तो इन इंडिकेटर का यूज़ करना और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं बनता है। हाँ, जहाँ तक बात है सपोर्ट की 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के टाइम जोन के अकॉर्डिंग, तो सपोर्ट आपको मिल सकते हैं नीचे, बट याद रखना ये सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस न्यूज़ पे काम नहीं करेंगे। कोई न्यूज़ आ जाए तो वो बहुत ही स्ट्रांगली हो, तो वहाँ पर स्पेशली जैसे टैरिफ की बात हो रही है तो वो फिर वर्क नहीं करते। बट या फिलहाल के लिए अगर देखोगे तो नीचे 3058 के आसपास आपको एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा, विच इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट सपोर्ट ऑब्वियसली है। 1057-58 के अराउंड पर एक प्लान किया सकता है, यू कैन प्लान बाइंग इन 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम अराउंड 3058 अगर पुल बैक आता है तो। अगर नहीं आया पुल बैक तो फिर कुछ नहीं कर सकते, दैट इज ओनली ऑप्शन। बाकी ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस कुछ है नहीं ऐसा 4 आवर में बनेगा तो देखेंगे बाद में, अभी नहीं है। एंड अगर इसके नीचे फिर प्राइस कहीं जाता है तब फिर आपको थोड़े अच्छे सपोर्ट देखने के लिए मिल जाएंगे पुल बैक में, जो अभी भी पेंडिंग है, रिमेनिंग है टेस्ट से। 953 second level in 4-hour time frame, and the final one is 2910. ये ओवरऑल बुलिश ही है। कोई स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे पहले रेजिस्टेंस बन जाए तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा ट्रेड करने के लिए, क्योंकि 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे थोड़ा टाइम तो लगेगा ही ट्रैवल करने में। 15 मिनट में या 5 मिनट में या फिर इवन 1 मिनट में भी पहले रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट हो जाएंगे। बाकी 15 मिनट में कोई रेजिस्टेंस अभी है नहीं। सपोर्ट था वो अर्ली मॉर्निंग आज सपोर्ट ले चुका है वहां से। मॉर्निंग पे जो लो बनाया था मार्केट ने पुल बैक देने के बाद आज ही फॉरेक्स में, दैट इज सपोर्ट जोन 3111। वहां से ले चुका है सपोर्ट, एक तो कल ही ले लिया था और एक आज अर्ली मॉर्निंग भी ले लिया। नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट आप एक्सपेक्ट करना 15 मिनट में 3089 90 इस एरिया पे। फॉरेक्स में और ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस लिया है। नेचुरल गैस की बात कर रहे हो क्या? नेचुरल गैस का, हाँ, वो फॉरेक्स में अलग लेवल होगा ऑब्वियसली है। रीज़न इज़ वेरी सिंपल, क्योंकि वहाँ पर प्राइस थोड़ा सा अलग चलता है। तो फॉरेक्स में देखोगे तो फॉरेक्स में हमारा इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज था, उसके बाद प्राइस इस तरह से सॉरी गैप अप ओपन हुआ वहाँ पर भी हल्का सा, और फिर उसके बाद मार्केट ने रिजेक्शन लेने की कोशिश करी थी, तो वहाँ पर थोड़ा सा अलग सिस्टम है। वहाँ पर प्राइस जो हमारा इंडियन मार्केट था उसके बाद काफ़ी बड़ा गैप अप हुआ था, वहाँ से कहीं रिजेक्शन लेके गिरा था वो इस तरह से। वो एक्चुअली में है ये वाला ही लेवल, ये दिस वन, जहाँ पर गिरा था मॉर्निंग से, मॉर्निंग पर। सो इस वजह से थोड़ा सा वो अलग दिख रहा है, अदरवाइज कोई और डिफरेंस नहीं है उसमें। ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत डिफरेंस रहता है, दैट इज नॉर्मल, वो नॉर्मल ही है। मेरी वॉइस आ रही है ना क्लियर? लेट मी नो इन द कमेंट बॉक्स इफ माई वॉइस इज क्लियर। नहीं आ रही है तो ही बता देना। इज आई एम ऑडिबल? आ रही है वॉइस, क्लियर आ रही है आई थिंक। रॉयल वापस बुलिस हो गया फॉरेक्स में। बुलिस नहीं हुआ वो, ऊपर जाके अपने रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से फिर वापस नीचे आया है। फॉरेक्स में चार्ट देखोगे, हमारा इंडियन मार्केट जहां क्लोज हुआ था, उसके बाद जब आज फॉरेक्स में ओपनिंग हुई थी मार्केट की अर्ली मॉर्निंग, तो कुछ ये प्राइस एक्शन बनाया है उसने। यहाँ पर हमारा मार्केट कहाँ पर, यहाँ पर क्लोज हुआ था, फॉरेक्स में ओपन हुआ हल्का सा ऊपर जाके, यहाँ से रिजेक्शन लेके, यहाँ से सपोर्ट लेके, फिर यहाँ से रिजेक्शन लेके अभी यहाँ कहीं ट्रैवल कर रहा है वो। ये कुछ प्राइस एक्शन बनाया है फॉरेक्स में। मार्केट ने वापस रिजेक्शन लिया इसी जोन से। तो बोले इस तो नहीं कहेंगे, रेंज ही कहेंगे, स्मॉलर रेंज थी ब्रेक करके अब ब्रॉडर बड़ी रेंज में फंस गया, एंड मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इसी रेंज में रहे टिल 2 अप्रैल, हाई चांसेस हैं, एंड देन इट विल मूव। अलग अलग हो सकते हैं, बिल्कुल हो सकते हैं, फॉरेक्स के ब्रोकर भी अलग अलग हैं, तो उनके वॉल्यूम के अकॉर्डिंग चार्ट में थोड़ा बहुत प्राइस में डिफरेंस हो सकता है। जैसे अगर आप एग्जांपल के लिए नेचुरल गैस का चार्ट देखोगे, एफएक्स ओपन में देख सकते हो, कैपिटल डॉट कॉम ब्रोकर में देख सकते हो, दोनों का चार्ट थोड़ा बहुत डिफरेंस होता ही है उसमें। हर ब्रोकर अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पे जितना वॉल्यूम जनरेट कर रहा होगा उसके अकॉर्डिंग ही प्राइस मूव करेगा करेगा तो ओवरऑल वैसे सेम ही, बट वो थोड़ा सा चार्ट में डिफरेंस डिफरेंस दिख जाता है उसमें क्लियरली। बाकी जो लोग अभी आए हैं एक बार रिपीट कर दूं, क्रूड ऑयल बिटवीन द लेवल ट्रेड कर रहा है, 5:30 हो चुका है, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन है, 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा। एक डेटा है वो आपका 7:15 पर, फिलहाल के लिए ऊपर एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस जोन पे परसों वाला स्टिल बना हुआ है 6030 6050। नीचे एक सपोर्ट आपका 5890 और 5830 है। ये 90 वाला ऑलरेडी 2 बार टेस्ट हो गया, थोड़ा सा वीक मानेंगे। बाकी अभी एक एफ पर है, सेलिंग एफ से बनाई है, कोई रेजिस्टेंस से नहीं बनाई है, इसलिए रिस्की ट्रेड लिखा हुआ है। लगभग 21 पॉइंट का एसएल है, जो लोग ले सकते हैं 21 पॉइंट का एसएल वही लोग लेना, नहीं तो वेट कर सकते हो लेवल्स का। ठीक है, ये थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड है बिकॉज बीच में कहीं ट्रेड ले रहे हैं, लॉजिकली तो वेट करना चाहिए लेवल का। तो अगर ऐसे उड़ा सकते हो, इतना ले सकते हो, रख सकते हो, तभी लेना। ठीक है, रिस्क थोड़ा बहुत तो रहेगा इस ट्रेड में। बाकी टारगेट थोड़ा बड़ा रखा है रिस्क रिवॉर्ड बेसिस पे, तो वो मैनेज हो जाएगा। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर है, यहाँ से भी एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं, दो दो रेजिस्टेंस साथ बने हुए हैं, चाहो तो दोनों को मिक्स कर दो और बेटर समझ में आएगा, नहीं तो ऐसे भी ले रख सकते हो थोड़ा क्लियरली समझने के लिए। ऊपर के लेवल हैं ये ऑलरेडी 3 से 4 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है, तो थोड़ा संभल के। बाकी नीचे आता है प्राइस तो फिर इससे बड़ा ऐसा मत लेना, इन द सेंस ऑफ ये 368 से बड़ा नहीं। नीचे हमारे पास फिर 347 का एक रिटेस्ट जोन रहेगा पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट का, बाकी 339 एक मेजर सपोर्ट। ठीक है, बाकी 21 लाइक्स हो गए हैं, लाइक्स रुकने नहीं चाहिए, करते रहो सभी लोग लाइक फटाफट से। 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट रखते हैं। मॉर्निंग पे मार्केट ओपन था, इक्विटी सॉरी क्लोज था, एमसीएक्स मार्केट भी क्लोज था, अभी इवनिंग पर ही ओपन हुआ है, फॉरेक्स ओपन ही है बिल्कुल।
And finally, the head of France's National Rally Party, Marine Le Pen, has been convicted of embezzlement by a Paris court, and it threatens the far-right leader's possible 2027 bid for president. She and her party are found guilty of diverting millions of euros in EU funds to finance activities related to their domestic agenda. Le Pen denies wrongdoing, claims the prosecution is seeking her political death, as she puts it. The judge is still reading out their decision this morning. If she enters the race, Le Pen would currently be the leading candidate to replace Emmanuel Macron in 2027.
Time now for our Bloomberg Sports Update. For that, we bring in Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Nathan. All four number one seeds reached the Final Four for the first time since 2008 as Houston dominated Tennessee while Auburn outlasted Michigan State. Both teams joined Florida and Duke, who both advanced on Saturday. The Yankees now 3-0 on the season after a 12-3 win over the Brewers. Yankee bats hitting 4 more home runs to give them 15 on the season. Elsewhere, Padres starter Nick Pivetta giving up just 1 hit in 7 innings in San Diego's 5-0 win over the Braves, while the Cardinals improved to 3-0 with a 9-2 win over the Twins. In the NHL, Alex Ovechkin scoring his 890th goal in a Capitals loss to the Sabres. Ovi's now just 5 goals away from passing Wayne Gretzky as the league's all-time leading goal scorer. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, Dan. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg.
You're talking about Putin. I don't think he's going to go back.
News when you want it.
We've always gotten along well. He considers Zelensky.
भी देखोगे कल भी काफी इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है जॉब ओपनिंग का डेटा काफी इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है यूएस में
sort of almost a million, another million indirect jobs. So there's a big focus on creating jobs, but there's greater and greater automation at the plant level. So will that actually be sort of a net job gain, or will it just be bringing that manufacturing back here to the U.S.?
You mentioned when it comes to the American producers, Ford's in maybe more decent shape than GM. The issue with GM is their foreign components are Canada and Mexico. Will there be a USMCA carve-out for these autos? Do we know yet?
So right now what we know is on parts that are imported from Canada and Mexico, as long as they're USMCA compliant, basically 75% of their content is North American, that the percentage of the components that are of the subcomponents that are produced in the U.S. wouldn't be tariffed. Going through that right now is sort of mind-numbing. Nobody actually has the exact answer on that at the at the supplier level, the folks that are actually doing this, and that's why we have a tape delay on the tariffs being put on USMCA compliant components.
This wasn't mind-numbing. This was really thoughtful. John Murphy of Bank of America on what the future of this car industry in this country could look like.
It's challenging when you're getting potentially different parts from different areas of the world, even if you're under USMCA and this trade deal that was renegotiated by the President of the United States, you still might be in the crosshairs when it comes down on Monday.
Equity futures on the S&P down by about 1% this Monday morning. We're down across the board. Bond yields lower on a 2-year, 10-year and 30-year. The opening bell 1 hour and 5 minutes away. Wednesday's Liberation Day this week is full of data. We'll get the view of Neil Dutta of Renmac in just a moment, and Deborah Cunningham of Federated Hermes from New York. This is Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends.
Get ahead of them. And so many more.
नैस्डैक को भी देखोगे तो लगभग 2.7% गिरा हुआ है अभी भी। S&P 500 का भी वही हाल है, लगभग 2%। डाउ जोन्स भी लगभग 1.5% के आसपास डाउन है इंट्राडे में। याद रखना नॉर्थ सी जो ऑयल स्वैप्स है वो भी रिकॉर्ड वॉल्यूम के साथ है, प्राइस में जो स्पाइक मारा है उसने। के भी सारे मार्केट गिरे हुए हैं, कुछ पॉजिटिव दिख ही नहीं रहा, सारे नेगेटिव हैं। नैस्डैक का देख लेते हैं, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस कुछ बनाया तो। हाल तो साइडवेज ही है ओवरऑल, वैसे कहोगे तो नेगेटिव ही मानेंगे। कल की जो क्लोजिंग हुई थी, कल मतलब लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन की जो क्लोजिंग हुई थी, उसका जब मार्केट आज अर्ली ओपन फॉरेक्स में ओपन हुआ था, वहाँ से भी लगभग 0.72% डाउन ही है, काफ़ी कंसोलिडेट कर रहा है। व्हाट इज़ द रीज़न? इसमें नहीं दिख रहा है चार्ट पीछे उतना 15 मिनट का, नोप। 15 मिनट में इसमें कोई सपोर्ट दिख ही नहीं रहा है, दिख ही नहीं रहा इन द सेंस ऑफ है नहीं, होगा ज़रूर, बट उतना पीछे चार्ट दिखा नहीं रहा है। ट्रेडिंग व्यू का टाइम फ्रेम बढ़ा सकते हैं, 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे देख लेते हैं, बिकॉज 15 मिनट का लेवल ही नहीं शो कर रहा है, या फिर 30 मिनट में है क्या? हाँ 30 मिनट या फिर 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे लेवल देख सकते हैं। 15 मिनट पे उतने पीछे लेवल शो नहीं कर रहा है। तो 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे बिल्कुल ये सपोर्ट है 18,880। एक सपोर्ट का पॉइंट बोल रहा हूँ, मतलब ये नहीं कि वो एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट है, पूरा सपोर्ट एरिया रहेगा टिल 18,650 18,880 से। बाकी ये 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग है, बाकी फिर नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट 18,500। ये 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम की बात है, इट इज़ ऑन 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। ठीक है, बाकी 18,500 से एक बार टेस्ट ले चुका है, 2 बार आएगा थर्ड टाइम अब। तो यस 15 मिनट टाइम 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे 18,880 18,500 दीज आर द सपोर्ट जोन्स। बाकी 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर ही ऊपर ऊपर आपको 19,230 का एक रेजिस्टेंस मिल जाएगा 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। तो ये कुछ सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस है, ये एक तरह से कह सकते हो अपने सपोर्ट एरिया के अराउंड ही है इन 30 मिनट। 15 मिनट के लेवल नहीं दिख रहे हैं तो नहीं बना सकते।
may have the capacity to absorb some impact of tariffs without significantly impacting their bottom line. Neil joins us now for more. Neil, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's talk about how the economy's set up, how corporate America's set up, how resilient this economy is going into this announcement.
Well, I mean, if there's going to be one party that has more ability to absorb the cost of tariffs, it's corporations, because margins are very, very high. Now, margins are high not only because of the tech industry, but even when you look at manufacturing companies, at least in the NIPA data, which is what I look at, margins are high for manufacturing companies. So what we know about tariffs is tariffs increase costs. How much they increase consumer prices remains to be seen. But what we know about the consumer is that their budget constraint is getting weaker, right? I mean, if you look at what happened last Friday, private sector wages and salaries, John, are up barely 3% over the last year. And whenever you have a situation where compensation growth is running below the rate of the overnight Fed funds, that is a sure sign that monetary policy is too tight. So we've been saying for a while that passive tightening was the dominant risk for markets. And this wait-and-see approach by the Fed, as the kind of administration figures out what they want to do, is just going to continue to create this sort of negative feedback loop. Right?
If we do see prices pick up, it was implied in the forecast from the Federal Reserve and the SEB that it would be temporary. Chairman Powell reinforced that in the news conference. There's been some debate in the Fed speak since then, but there's one data point you've repeatedly singled out, and we see it in consumer surveys: anxiety around unemployment. Why is that so important when you consider what this might mean for second-round effects?
Well, if the unemployment rate is going up, wages are going, it goes back to, I mean, to me, inflation ultimately boils down to the household's budget constraint. And if consumers are not seeing their incomes grow, and you put tariffs on something, so the price of a car will go up, they'll have less left over to spend elsewhere, and they'll have to cut back on the purchases of those goods and services, which will ultimately drive down the prices for those goods and services. So, ultimately it comes down to where's the nominal economy. And the nominal economy, the Fed isn't changing the nominal anchor. Government's not going on spending more money. To me, that to me is, I guess, why I'm a little bit more sanguine on the inflationary consequences, but I think the growth consequences are more dominant as something to worry about.
How difficult, though, would it be for the Fed to cut into an environment when consumers are saying we have such high expectations for inflation?
They have such low expectations for their income, right? I mean, everyone's talking about inflation expectations in the University of Michigan data, and admittedly, I mean, Powell is kind of, sometimes he uses that data series to not do anything. Other times he uses it to go 75 basis point hikes, right? So, I understand why people focus on it. But if you look at that survey, look at what people are saying about their income, right? So how will inflation expectations work? I mean, you would expect to see people pulling forward spending to beat the higher prices. Are they doing that? No. Are they going to go ask their employer for a raise right now? No. I mean, people talk about DOGE not having an impact. One way it has had probably an impact is that it's created an overall sense of caution, right? I mean, if you see a lot of people getting fired, you might be a little bit more reluctant to quit. And that just tips the scales in the labor market dynamic towards the businesses away from labor.
2/3 expecting unemployment to rise in the year ahead in the UMich survey. Speaking to your point, so the soft data has been soft. This week's a big week for hard data. Would you expect to see any spillover whatsoever, or is it still too soon?
I mean, the sausage making of the high frequency data is it's tough to forecast these data points. I mean, you can easily make an argument that maybe the jobs number on Friday surprises to the upside because weather was a factor weighing the numbers down in January and February, and if that normalizes in March, then maybe you have like a big report relative to upside surprise relative to the underlying trend. That's why I say it's like this sort of overt data dependence is not the best thing. I mean, think about the overall fundamentals. What we know is that income growth is slowing, and labor markets continue to cool. So the likelihood is that until the Fed pivots, that'll keep continuing. Everything that's happened so far in the Trump administration probably makes, with the uncertainty and all this, that makes a bad situation worse.
You'd be the first one to say there's a big difference between what I think the Fed should do and what they will do. What I'm hearing from you is that you think they should be thinking about reducing interest rates pretty soon. I'm also hearing that you also think they won't. Do you think they're going to hold on too long?
I think they already have. I think they already have. I mean, I think the pivot in December was a mistake. I mean, they've kind of invited this sort of game of chicken with the administration. I mean, they said that they wouldn't prejudge policies, then they did. And, now in their defense, I mean, Trump has given them every reason for that pivot with the tariff policy. But I do think that as they kind of wait and see, this wait and see, let's see what happens, and kind of not focus as much on the incoming data, to me, that's a mistake.
Well, you say we should take Trump literally. Do you think the Fed is?
I mean, let's see. I do think we should take Trump literally because we've had this now with the tariffs. Every iteration of what Bessent said at his nomination, we got the fentanyl use for it. Now we're seeing the reciprocal use for it. Like this is a way to level the playing field. We're going to put tariffs on to actually escalate to de-escalate so we get a fair trading. And now, journal article this today talking about, well, we're thinking about a 20% tariff, which means they're using it as a pay-for scheme for other parts of their agenda, right? Because a 20% universal tariff raises a little over $3 trillion over 10 years, which would help the math for what they're trying to do.
If they go to 20% universal tariff, that's a very maximalist approach. Do you think that's the start or the end?
I have no idea.
I know they read your research.
What are you telling them to do, Neil?
Huh?
What are you telling them to do?
What would your advice be? Yeah.
My advice to them is to tell them, I mean, look, I think they should have been talking the economy down more on their way in. And the fact that they didn't has kind of opened themselves up to some problems.
This is important. Can I jump in?
Yeah.
You said this early on this year. You think there was problems already in this economy that predates the tariff announcements, correct?
Correct. Yes, absolutely. I mean, total hours worked contracted in the 3 months ending in February. Like, how are you going to pin that on uncertainty? And, I do think the uncertainty thing is a little bit oversold. We'd be facing uncertainty if the shoe was on the other foot, right? We'd be having a massive tax cliff at the end of the year. So we've traded a lot of uncertainty in the short run for maybe uncertainty that we may not get later. To me, I think the big issue is the Fed. And, don't be surprised if a certain someone starts saying, feel the market in the next couple of months.
He's said that a few times already, hasn't he, over the past few weeks?
I mean, look, I do think that one of the sort of overriding issues here is that, for years, Republicans talked about austerity during the Obama years. Along comes Donald Trump. What are the first words out of his mouth? We need to prime the pump. And in many respects, last year, some of his advisors were saying the Fed goofed by going 50. They shouldn't have been cutting. This was a really strong economy. And along comes Donald Trump and says, I think we ought to be cutting interest rates. So a lot of the people around him are not ideologically aligned with him in some important ways. And I think he is his #1 advisor. As I say, don't be surprised if he starts taking to Truth Social or Twitter or whatever else and saying, feel the market and cut interest rates. And I think, if you look at the way the markets are going, he has a point.
Neil, stay there. We'll give you the final word in just a moment. Neil Dunter there of Ranmac. I want to bring in Deborah Cunningham of Federated Hermes into the conversation. Deborah, welcome to the programme. We have to start with the big question. I know it's totally unknown, but just a base case for you and the team. What are you expecting on April 2nd?
Well, our outlook at this point continues to be for a growth slowdown, not necessarily a recession. We think April 2nd will have ramifications that are unknown yet at this point. And ultimately, I think in the short run will be inflationary, which is why our expectation from a Fed perspective is to be pushed off into anything to be pushed off into the second half. But the short run inflationary expectations necessarily don't hold true for the longer run. If in fact we can get some productivity enhancement, if in fact we can have more hiring done within the U.S., then the potential for April 2nd could be that long run inflation is less than what the short run aspect of that will be. So all of that points to higher rates for a little bit longer for now, and probably a terminal rate that's a little bit higher, but not necessarily anything that's, a recessionary type of impact at this point.
But you still believe by the time we get to the end of the year, the Federal Reserve would be in a position to respond to downside risk to growth if they materialize?
Absolutely. They seem to be poised to do that now. I think maybe, the previous speaker, Neil, was talking about the 50 basis point move in September. I feel like maybe that would have the end of the year would have turned out a little bit differently had they not started the process with that 50 basis point move. But as we are right now, I think we're on hold for a period of time, but with the Federal Reserve quite poised to go lower in anticipation or in response to some sort of a further slowdown, and especially one that might be a little bit more than expected at this point.
Deborah, what if we don't get the end game when it comes to tariffs and there's uncertainty and negotiations for months? Then when can this Fed start cutting?
Well, I think the Fed is on hold for a period of time until there's a little bit more clarity, because it certainly seems like every time, something is expected on a date or on a day of the week, within hours, days, or weeks, it's negotiated away into something that's maybe less or different. And so I feel like for that reason, the market has had a lot of volatility associated with it. Short-term markets, long-term markets, equity markets, all being up and down with pretty broad trajectory. And in our estimation, where there's volatility, there's opportunity. So for our own short-term rate products, ultimately, if we can undertake longer-term securities, purchase longer-term securities into those portfolios at a point in time when they're 30 basis points wider than they might have been the week before, just simply because of the volatility that's present in the marketplace with the various changes in, expectation given what is the current scenario, which may be different than yesterday's scenario and different from tomorrow's scenario, then you end up with some opportunity. So that's what we're looking for in this market, is opportunity at the right time.
Might find a few of them in the next few days. Deborah, appreciate your time as always. Deborah Cunningham there at Federated Hermes on a week ahead. Neil Dutta of Renmax still with us around the table. Neil, I wanted to finish on this from Jan Hatzius and the team over at Goldman. New forecast, PCE 3.5%, GDP cut to just 1%. They still believe the Fed could cut 3 times. What do you make of that mix of things for 2025?
I think they're largely just following them. Price has an interesting way of leading the narrative, right? And so if you look at a chart of corporate credit spreads and just try to determine what that implies for recession probabilities in the next 12 months, 35, 40% makes sense, right? So I think that's what they're largely doing. And 1% real growth. Yeah, look, if real incomes are barely growing 1%, we saw last Friday real incomes net of transfers over the last 3 months is up just 1%. So if you assume a stable savings rate, that's more or less your consumption forecast. So if you have 1% consumer spending growth and you have things like state and local governments contracting, residential investment contracting, where's the growth coming from? So you can easily come up with a scenario where growth is barely 1%. And if you're only growing 1%, that's putting upward pressure on the unemployment rate because you're growing below potential.
They also increased their tariff assumptions for a second time in less than a month. And that seems to be driving a lot of these downgrades in the S&P 500, upgrade in potential recession fears. Do you think any of it is warranted? Because I know you think the underlying economy is weak even before the tariff policies.
Yeah, I understand why people are adjusting those estimates. If, let's say, Wednesday comes around and it's not as bad as fear, maybe you get a relief rally, and then we'll go back to. Remember, John, remember this too. People were lighting their hair on fire over Brexit, and then a week later we were back. Basically, the FTSE was back to making new highs. So you have to be sort of careful. But I do think if there's a period of calm with respect to tariff policy, because it's not an on-off switch; it's a dial with Trump. That might mean that people start focusing back on the economic data, which would still be quite sluggish. So you could see a relief rally, and then maybe it goes back down.
Expectations for Friday? Payrolls? What are you looking for? Really?
I have
that difficult.
I don't know. I think focus on the unemployment rate. Focus on the household survey. That's going to be less affected by weather stuff. And if things like prime age employment rates are going down, which they have been, then, you should be dialing up your concern.
Neil Dutter of Renmark. Neil, good to see you in person. Thanks for dropping by the studio.
Thank
Neil
you.
Dutter there, in a shirt and tie as well, in a suit. Thanks for making that happen as well. We appreciate that. That's a payroll survey, a sneak peek of our side of things, putting all these estimates together. The median so far, and it can change, of course, as we get more updates and more estimates. 138 is the median at the moment, and the most bullish forecast on the street, and again, this can change. At the moment, it's Bank of America at 185. Let's give you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Yahara Hackers. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Uber and OpenTable have announced a new strategic partnership. The first of its kind collaboration will integrate the company's apps to offer dining reservation access and transportation options. The partnership is expected to roll out in phases throughout the year. Meanwhile, in March Madness, the men's Final Four is set, and for the first time in 17 years, all 4 teams are #1 seeds. Florida returns to the stage for the first time in 11 years. They take on Auburn. Houston will face Duke. Houston is looking for its first ever title as Duke aims to end a 10-year drought. And in the women's tournament, top overall seed UCLA reached its first Final Four with a 72-65 victory over LSU. UCLA will face the winner of tonight's game between South Carolina and UConn. The Final Four is Friday night in Tampa, Florida. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for this morning. Don't know what happened to the golf news, so here it is. Congratulations, Minwoo Lee. First win on the PGA Tour. Just phenomenal to watch him win over the weekend. Great to see Gary Woodland up there on the leaderboard as well, and the former Scotty and Rory going into the Masters in a week or so. Don't have to talk to me about it. It's okay.
You don't care about golf when the Yankees are just crushing.
We've done the Yankees already, and that torpedo bat, or wherever it is. Up next on the programme, setting you up for the day ahead, you're watching Bloomberg Surveillance.
The Langham is more than a hotel. It's a cultural landmark, a symbol of timeless style and luxury. It's not just about expanding, it's about thoughtful growth. Each location reflects our dedication to preserving heritage and creating something extraordinary. That coupled with our own legacy for having been around for over 160 years, that's what sets us apart. A focus on your story, our legacy.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
You have sell-side analysts taking a look at what you're doing and starting to compare you to Coinbase. Are you after their business?
Well, I think we compete in the general sense of offering crypto to customers, but also this is a nascent industry and not very many companies have entered yet. Even though Bitcoin has now been around for 15 years, institutions and other companies have been waiting for signals to enter the market.
There are a lot of financial firms that are looking to tokenize private funds also.
Yeah.
Are you in talks with any of them?
We're generally in conversations with anyone trying to do interesting things in the space. If I had to pick the biggest pain point, AI is like transforming everything. So I think it's tough right now if you want to be in the AI sector as a retail investor. There's relatively few options that you can actually invest in.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto live Tuesdays.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Cape Town, South Africa, and this is Bloomberg.
The opening bell around 37 minutes away. Equities down by 0.9% on the S&P on a three-day slide. This is day 4 potentially. Can change. We're down by 1.2% on the Nasdaq going into the cash open. Your week ahead looks like this. Lots of economic data tomorrow morning. JOLTS plus PMI and ISM manufacturing data. Wednesday, President Trump's Liberation Day plus ADP and durable goods. Thursday, another round of claims and ISM services. On Friday, payrolls data and an address from Fed Chair Jay Powell. Let's head down to Washington, D.C. and catch up with Laura Davison in the nation's capital. Laura, welcome back to the program. Just a final word. What does the schedule look like for the next 24 hours?
So Trump will sign 2 different batches of executive orders today. In this latter batch, around 5:30 in the evening, he will invite reporters into the Oval Office, where he's sure to get a barrage of questions about tariffs and also potentially tax cuts. Scott Bessent and senior House and Senate leadership are scheduled to meet tomorrow about how to advance this bill. Senate leaders are looking at potentially a vote on sort of a preliminary tax cut bill as soon as this week.
Bloomberg's Laura Davison, thank you. Laura, thank you very much. Laura down in Washington, D.C. On the week ahead, coming up tomorrow, Jonathan Stubbs of Berenberg, Ed Giardini of Giardini Research, Emily Rowland of John Hancock and Tiffany Wilding of PIMCO. A stacked lineup for you going into what is an important week.
Liberation Day, Jonathan, Wednesday. I'm getting already lots of messages this morning from people down in Washington, D.C. trying to game out what Wednesday is going to be in terms of, will this just be an opening salvo for trade? Will there be tariffs day one using IEPA or 338, or potentially is it going to be a slow rollout, meaning there has to be investigations when it comes to trading partners, and potentially if they're going to go that route, it means they're concerned about the legality of all this. So this may take a lot longer. So this clearing event that the market's hoping for may not be happening this week.
Based on your reporting, all of the above potentially, right?
Exactly, yes. And I also think that you have to look at what some of his advisors have said over the weekend, whether it was Peter Navarro or Kevin Hassett. Kevin Hassett, I can't give you any forward guidance on what's going to happen this week. The president got a heck of a lot of analysis before him, and he's going to make the right choice, I'm sure. That says to me that there is still some discussion about what they might announce on Wednesday. Key tomorrow, this report that the president asked for, an executive order after Inauguration Day, is going to be presented to him. This is from USTR's Jamison Greer, and they're going to be looking at the trade imbalances of all these partners. After he reads through that and gets a briefing on that, then I think they'll make some final decisions. Do we get to see that report is a key question people are asking themselves this morning.
That right there is your week ahead. Lots of trade. Concludes with Liberation Day on Wednesday. Lots of economic data. Look out for the ISMs. Look out for jobless claims. Look out for payrolls on Friday. And then that man right there, Chairman Powell, gets to talk about
क्रूड ऑयल का ध्यान रखना गाइस, ये रिस्की ट्रेड है, किसने लिया है इससे बड़ा एसएल मत लेना, ठीक है। थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड था ये, कुछ खास आया नहीं है। बाकी जिन लोगों ने नहीं लिया है लेवल का वेट कर रहे हैं, दे कैन वेट फॉर द लेवल। लेवल में कहीं भी मिल जाए, बाइंग सेलिंग इन लेवल्स पे हो सकती है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में भी इससे बड़ा एसएल नहीं, दैट इज़ इनफ। वैसे तो 3 से 4 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है, 5वीं बार टेस्ट करने आया है। इससे बड़ा एसएल नहीं ले सकते, ठीक है। इसमें भी जाएगा तो इससे बड़ा एसएल नहीं लेना है। बाकी टारगेट है ब्लू कलर की लाइन पे रखेंगे और फिर नीचे 348।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. A bruising first quarter for stocks. Looks like it's going to end with more pain. President Trump is warning the reciprocal tariffs he'll announce on Wednesday will start with all countries, not just the so-called Dirty 15 that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has talked about.
Who told you 10 or 15 countries?
We heard that. So we heard that you were going to aim for the 15%.
But you didn't hear it from me.
Okay, so how many countries will be in that initial tranche?
You'd start with all countries, so let's see what happens.
President Trump spoke with reporters on Air Force One last night. What's happening in the market this morning is a sell-off. S&P futures are down 0.9%. Dow futures are lower by 0.6%. Tech-heavy NASDAQ futures leading the declines, down 1.3%. And the 10-year Treasury yield is down about 4 basis points to 4.20%. Gold is trading above $3,100 an ounce for the first time, now at $3,157.50. Morgan Stanley Chief U.S. Equity Strategist Mike Wilson says investors shouldn't be surprised at Trump's tough tariff talk.
We've likened this to a new CEO coming in, right? They want to restructure the company. They're restructuring the company. They're going to kitchen sink it, and then they're going to try to make their plan work for next year. So this is going to take some time, and this level that we're at now is critical from a market standpoint, not so much from the administration standpoint.
Mike Wilson at Morgan Stanley says there could be short-term upside for U.S. stocks given the uncertainty around tariffs. A dose of uncertainty has been injected into French politics. A court in Paris has found far-right leader Marine Le Pen guilty of embezzlement, sentenced her to 2 years in prison, and barred her from running for office for 5 years. Le Pen is the front-runner in the French presidential election coming up in 2 years. Bloomberg Daybreak Europe anchor Stephen Carroll says Le Pen's party is already slamming the decision.
Jordan Bardella, the president of the National Rally Party, saying that it's unjust, this decision, and that French democracy has also been executed, in his words, with this decision as well. But Marine Le Pen now out of the running. Even if an appeals process is now launched, it's not expected to be concluded in time to allow Marine Le Pen to rejoin that race. She will, of course, have the chance to appeal this sentence.
Bloomberg's Stephen Carroll, and ahead of the sentence, Le Pen said prosecutors were seeking her political death. President Trump is not ruling out running for a third term. He told NBC News he's not joking about it, even though the Constitution's 22nd Amendment has a 2-term presidential limit. Trump told reporters on Air Force One he is focused on his current term.
I'm just telling you, I have had more people say, please run again. I said, we have a long way to go before we even think about that.
And we get more from Bloomberg's Laura Davison in Washington.
It would take a constitutional amendment, for Trump to run again. Some very conservative members of Congress have talked about this. This is really a long shot, but it is notable that Trump, time and time again, when asked about it, has refused to shut the door on that possibility.
Bloomberg's Laura Davison, and the president is not saying how he might try to go around the 22nd Amendment. Elon Musk is acknowledging his role as President Trump's government cost-cutting figurehead is costing him. Stock at his day job, Tesla, is down 45% from its peak last year, but at a town hall event in Wisconsin last night.
Long term, I think Tesla stock's going to do fine. Maybe it's a buying opportunity.
Elon Musk spoke ahead of a state Supreme Court election in Wisconsin that's coming up tomorrow. He also handed out $1 million checks to 2 local voters. Meantime, police in Rome are investigating a fire that damaged 17 cars at a Tesla dealership. The EV maker has seen a wave of vandalism in recent weeks as Elon Musk leads President Trump's Doge effort. Now let's get a check of Bloomberg Sports. For that, here's Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman. Dan.
Thanks, Nathan. All 4 number 1 seeds reached the Final Four for the first time since 2008 as Houston dominated Tennessee while Auburn outlasted Michigan State. Both teams joined Florida and Duke, who both advanced on Saturday. The Yankees now 3-0 on the season after a 12-3 win over the Brewers. Yankee bats hitting 4 more home runs to give them 15 on the season. Elsewhere, Padres starter Nick Pivetta giving up just 1 hit in 7 innings in San Diego's 5-0 win over the Braves, while the Cardinals improved to 3-0 with a 9-2 win over the Twins. In the NHL, Alex Ovechkin scoring his 890th goal in a Capitals loss to the Sabres. Ovi's now just 5 goals away from passing Wayne Gretzky as the league's all-time leading goal scorer. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
All right, Dan, thank you for that. One other note, Trump Media and Technology, the president's social media company, has become the first new stock to list on the New York Stock Exchange Texas. It is also trading under the ticker symbol DJT, same as its primary listing on the NASDAQ. And that's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
ओए गाइस, नेचुरल गैस में याद रखना ये फर्स्ट टारगेट इतना ही रहेगा, ठीक है, ब्लू कलर की लाइन तक। उसके बाद अगर नीचे आता है तो फिर 348 तक देखना। बाकी ये क्रूड ऑयल वाले ध्यान रखना जिन लोगों ने एफई से अगर बाई किया था, सॉरी सेल किया था। रिस्की ट्रेड, एसएल जाएगा तो वेट मत करना, निकल जाना, ठीक है। नहीं लिया था, वेट कर रहे हैं तो वी कैन वेट फॉर द एग्जैक्ट लेवल। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे मिले यहाँ पर इस एरिया के आसपास, यहाँ सेल करना, या फिर नीचे मिलता है इन एरियाज पे, यहाँ बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। बाकी नेचुरल गैस रेजिस्टेंस पे ही था तो वहाँ से एक सेलिंग थोड़ी बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड ही है। बाकी 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा, थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी क्रिएट करेगा, ध्यान रखना एट 7 PM। बाकी लाइक भी करते रहो, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल, कम ऑन।
The Asia-Middle East corridor is booming and it's expected to go to about 1.7 trillion by 2035 from a goods perspective. And there's multiple opportunities for investors across tech, renewables, infrastructure and services.
Southeast Asia, it's a growing economy and lots of tech companies like Grab is at the heart of it.
Hello, welcome everybody. My name is Bing Lee. I'm the head of APAC for Bloomberg. It's my pleasure to welcome you to our Family Office Summit. It's a privilege to be joined by so many family office principals, business leaders, philanthropists from throughout Asia and beyond, and senior government officials as well. And I want to extend my thanks to all of you for being here with us today. We're thrilled to be hosting the summit during this eventful week, complementing the Wealth for Good in Hong Kong summit, which many of you may have joined yesterday. I had the privilege to be there yesterday, and I have to say I found the event to be very insightful and very, very inspirational as well. So I want to congratulate Chris from FSTV and also our Investing in Hong Kong team for that successful event. These events collectively highlight Hong Kong's emerging role as a premier destination for global family office. They showcase the city's vast opportunities and its ability to support business leaders to turn visions into reality. We're proud to convene participants from across the region and around the world today, and we're doing so at a uniquely interesting moment in the global growth story of family offices, especially here in Asia. Our region has seen a significant increase in the number of family offices in recent years, fueled by economic growth and rising generational impact. And Hong Kong makes complete sense as a global hub for family offices and for this conversation. Hong Kong's strategic location, robust financial infrastructure, and dynamic business environment make it an ideal destination for family offices seeking to grow and thrive. And it will be remiss of me not to mention Hong Kong's government and the important vision they have for the role of family offices here. Not long ago, Bloomberg and the Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau launched a collaborative initiative called Hong Kong Family Office Nexus. For Bloomberg's part, it underscores our deep commitment for fostering a vibrant ecosystem for family offices in Hong Kong. We're grateful for the close collaboration with Hong Kong government on this project. And today's summit is a key part of the initiative. Speaking of today, we have an exciting lineup of insightful sessions. Before we proceed, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to every participant joining us today. Your presence and support are instrumental in making this summit a success.
Semiconductor demand is rapidly growing, but producing a chip takes up to 26 weeks. Manufacturers must deploy foolproof inspection solutions while matching quality with speed. Enter Omron's VTX series, an advanced system which significantly reduces inspection time while maintaining accuracy. The result? Greater yield improvement for the semiconductor industry.
We're looking at Dubai-based VistaJet now. It's a private aviation company that offers clients access to planes flying out of more than 2,400 airports around the world. It uses a membership model for its fleet of 360 aircraft and recently secured a $600 million investment from Singaporean private equity firm RRJ. Joining us now exclusively is Thomas Floor, founder and chairman of Vista Global. I mean, let's start with Asia, given your deal. Is that where you're seeing most growth? Like, where is the most demand coming from today?
Good morning. How are you? Definitely Asia is a bright spot for the company. The market was actually down about 3 or 4%. We grew double-digit, 15% in the region last year. It's all over Asia, really. It's the long haul that is really holding foot for us. And with the introduction of the 7500 2 years ago, that's a global express. You have a 17-hour non-stop range, and especially where this region is a big, big growth driver for us.
Right. So with this new cash injection, what do you plan to do with the money? How do you improve the product?
Well, it's a combination of the new growth initiatives that we have as a company, and at the same time, it's deleveraging the company. So it's a combination of an effect. But we're very, very proud to have RRJ out of Asia, and with the connections they have in the region, etc., it really puts a big focus for the company in this region here. So a great job for the team to have connected with RRJ.
And talk to us more about some of those growth strategies, I guess, for the US, which is about half of your business, versus what you're trying to do here in Asia.
Well, US is half, the other half is rest of the world. Connecting Asia with the United States is now possible. When I was here last time, we didn't have the 7500 yet. We have the largest fleet of 7500s, 18 of them, and it's an ideal connection from here to the US, from here to Western Europe, which was before a one-stopper. Now it's non-stop. So it's an ideal positioning for this aircraft out here.
Right. So I was going to ask you as well, what are your plans for the fleet, for example? Because it does seem that it's increasingly long haul, the increasing footprint of the business now?
Yeah, we'll eventually upgrade the 7500 to the 8000, give another hour and a half of range to it. But what we see as a macro trend here in the region is actually the conversion. Rather than owning an aircraft, companies come and actually just do the subscription. An interesting stat is about the total aircraft ownership in Greater China is down 30% from 2017. Whilst we have been more than doubling in the region. So a clear shift from full asset ownership to a simple subscription. Just buy the hours and you have access to a fleet of over 300 aircraft rather than just 1 or 2 for a corporation.
Right. You remind us, I mean, right before you came in, you actually reminded, the last time we spoke was before the pandemic, right? So I'm guessing some of our viewers might be wondering, how does the business model work? You mentioned subscription, how does that work?
Sure. We would identify how many hours you actually need on which aircraft type. Let's say if it's a transcontinental needs you have, you would sign up for a Challenger 350. You can combine it with a intercontinental long-haul contract. You can interchange. You can really just use it exactly the aircraft you need. You would typically sign up for a 3-year agreement, and you simply pay for the hours that you're subscribing to. No positioning cost. That's the key. You just literally pay for the hours. Doesn't matter where the plane is coming from on the day that you actually use the subscription. And then you have exactly the hours you need. You can upgrade during the contract. And, it's basically a 5-page agreement rather than the complications and the risks of owning an airplane with the depreciation and the cost, et cetera, et cetera.
When you're talking about the sort of increased appetite that we're seeing for a membership model, what kind of volumes are you talking about here in terms of what you're seeing coming through?
Well, I mean, totally around the world, we're doing over 100,000 flights per year. So that's more or less like every 2 minutes, either a takeoff or landing somewhere around the world. And those are stunning figures. I remember in 2019, just before the pandemic, we grew 3x as a company in that 6-year period. So, immense investment into the infrastructure, immense investment into the fleet. Over 5,000 people the company has today in all the different locations. So it's a true global player.
What have you found? I'm curious because, to your point, right, you've grown 3x since 2019, 2020. What's the biggest driver for the company? Is it macro? Is it something micro along the corporate level? What trends do you attach, I guess, in some words, being able to extrapolate future business for you?
I think it's the macro trend to move away from aircraft ownership. Think about all these publicly traded companies.
Right.
Today, having an aircraft on the balance sheet it's an efficient business tool, but you really need to own this aircraft. It's one of the things that the shareholders look at first. Why is there a corporate jet? And with us, it's OPEX, right? It's a operating business expense that you have rather than a capex of buying an aircraft.
Right.
And it's just so much more simple. So we see corporations using the efficiency of a business jet. And, basically exactly doing the schedule that you want to do. Sometimes 2 or 3 hops, 2 or 3 meetings per day in the region that you can do so efficiently. Highest speed internet, you're basically using as an office in the sky. So corporations understand the true business benefits whilst they want to reduce the cost and taking the most efficient, financially also efficient business model.
And I'm curious, is there a threshold, I'm sure you've get this question a lot, is there a threshold beyond which it makes sense to just own my own corporate jet, whereas,
Planning for the future, Dave. Planning for the future.
Well, yeah.
It's good to be aspirational.
I'm planning for tomorrow, But yeah, go ahead. Yeah, what kind of companies make sense?
Well, it's probably, if you fly, 600-700 hours per year, you could make the point that owning your own business jet is maybe a valuable alternative. However, each plane is only available about 300 days per year. The rest is downtime for maintenance, pilot training, etc. A subscription with Vista gives you 365 days guaranteed availability. And very often what you see is if a corporation flies 600 or 700 hours per year, it's not only one person using it. And then they need it on different continents. Maybe an executive flying in the US, the next one flying in the Middle East. So we're very much living alongside these high users or corporations that use the business jet so much.
And we talked a lot about sort of corporations and the point of view from executives here. How do the high net wealth individuals fit into this story? Are they a growing pool, a smaller pool? What's their sort of shifting trend, I guess, in their behaviour?
Well, I think there's a big overlap between the executives and the entrepreneurial business owners that are the ultra high net worth individuals. I mean, Hong Kong is the number 2 center of the wealthiest people in.
Investors should take advantage of new emerging technologies to access new markets, build new businesses, and invest in different asset classes.
This move higher in gold has been building for quite a long time, and actually many of the points at which the market and many analysts have thought it's peaked, it's been able to carry on rising. And I think that's because there's sort of 2 different stories driving gold here. So one is the physical demand. That really started to shift in 2022 when we saw central banks buying a lot more gold. They doubled their rate of purchasing from the previous decade, and that has sustained. And then more recently as well, investor demand for physical bar and coin, and even ETFs starting to step in the last few months. So that's actually new inflows to gold coming through here, and arguably plenty more to go here. And then there's also the macro angle to gold of, how does it compete in an investor's portfolio against rates and equities and bonds? And that should be arguably getting better from here. We've had tough macro backdrop for gold with this high interest rate environment. So as these come down, actually that arguably should be a tailwind for gold. So as long as the physical can hold and then the macro factors come through, we would say gold hasn't peaked yet.
Dive us a little deeper into the interest rate dynamic there, because you mentioned it. If the interest rate expectations come down, then therefore gold rises. But the Fed isn't exactly leaning in that direction. The ECB is. Other parts of the world are. The UK, maybe. The BOJ, certainly not. And the Fed is really on pause. So that expectation that would be a tailwind to gold, hasn't that just kind of bottomed out?
Yeah, so I guess you could say the rates are still quite elevated relative to where they were before this rate hiking cycle. So it's really about the direction of travel here. Have we peaked, and are we generally moving lower? And that does make gold relatively more competitive. As you say, it may be slightly on pause this year, and that's where that physical demand story remains important. So we do also need to see that holding up. Those ETFs have just started to see inflows, the gold holding ETFs, and so we would look to that sustaining to believe that this rally continues to have legs.
How self-limiting could this be at the kind of price point that you think
gold will peak at? So sort of 3,300. If we get there, what happens? What is it that limits the rally from there?
Yeah, so our bull case on gold goes to sort of $3,400 an ounce this year. I think, whenever a commodity price rises, we do start to worry about demand destruction, particularly when something's moving very, very quickly. For example, jewelry, that's around double the size of what central banks are buying each year.
Yeah.
And often when you go to buy jewelry, you go with a budget. You
Yes.
don't go with an amount of gold you necessarily
Yes.
want to buy. So you do naturally get that effect coming through. You get more recycling supply as well. And even central banks, we've seen the Reserve Bank of India pausing in both December and February. So sometimes we might need to see a bit of stabilization, I think, for that flow to continue.
The Asia-Middle East corridor is booming and is expected to go to about 1.7 trillion by 2035 from a goods perspective. And there's multiple opportunities for investors across tech, renewables, infrastructure and services.
Southeast Asia, it's a growing economy, and lots of tech companies like Grab is at the heart of it.
Good morning from London. I'm Kriti Gupta alongside Guy Johnson. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. Risk assets selling off around the world as traders brace for reciprocal levies targeting all countries rather than the limited scope markets had come to expect. The U.S. president also threatening secondary tariffs on buyers of Russian oil if Vladimir Putin refuses a ceasefire with Ukraine, adding later that he didn't think the Russian president would, quote, go back on his word. And French courts due to deliver a ruling on whether National Rally leader Marine Le Pen can run in the 2027 presidential election comes after her trial over the alleged misuse of EU funds. Guy.
55.62, that is the key number you need to know this Monday morning. Kriti, the reason for that is the March low on E-mini futures. We're at 55.87. Take that out. Life's about to get really quite interesting if I can get that out. Eurostoxx 50, we're down as well, so we're following this idea that Europe can disassociate itself with the US equity market. Seems to be coming under a little bit of pressure this morning. Where do you hide out? You hide out in the US 10-year. That's bid this morning. Gold is definitely bid. We'll talk about both of those two markets in just a moment. The countdown to the opening trade this Monday morning here in Europe starts right now.
You'd start with all countries, so let's see what happens. There are many countries involved. I haven't heard a rumor about 15 countries, 10 or 15.
So you're starting with all countries?
Well, essentially, all of the countries that we're talking about. Wouldn't be talking about all countries. It's not a cutoff.
Donald Trump causing a little bit of consternation in markets around the world. We've already indicated the fallout from those comments. It does seem, Kriti, as if he's taking a stronger line. The Wall Street Journal is going with the story this morning that Trump is pushing his officials to take a much more aggressive line with the US's trading partners. Europe waking up to that story this morning. Asia's already had to deal with it.
Well, we saw that this is exactly what the markets traded off of last week, this idea that you could have the sigh of relief, that maybe, just maybe, the optimism in Europe was that it wouldn't be as bad as expected. They would be targeted. It wouldn't be broad-based. So maybe not a massive hit to growth, but very specified. They were dreaming. That's not what's happening. And it's that volatility, again, that we were talking about last week that aches us back and forth about whether or not it's going to be the dirty 15, as he called it, the top 15 trading partners, or whether it's going to be the rest of the world. And we swung back to the rest of the world.
And equity markets don't like it. You're certainly seeing risk assets taking it on the chin this morning. You've got gold trading sharply higher. Treasuries are where you really want to be hanging out this morning as well. You're catching a bid. Going to see whether that feeds through into Europe. A couple of things stand out to me, though. One of which is that this idea that Europe can outperform is being stressed during this period. Equities are coming lower. Europe's had a great run so far this year. Does that come under pressure? If US equity markets go through their March lows, which is a really big line in the sand at the moment, you take those out, there's a big drop potentially behind it. What does Europe do in that kind of environment?
Well, the argument here is that, I mean, there's one argument, I should say, this isn't the consensus, but that the fiscal spend you're seeing out of Europe will somehow counteract or at least diminish perhaps the underlying hit to growth that you're going to see from these tariffs.
But isn't that already in the price?
That was literally what I was going to say. Is that something that people are already pricing in? And now it's just a matter of going to cash, de-risking completely, which is kind of what you're seeing today ahead of, and then maybe reevaluating down the line.
let's talk about what happens as well in the energy markets, what happens in the broader commodity markets as well. You've got these two comments around Iran and Russia. Apparently Trump is very, very angry with Vladimir Putin. There's other language we could use, but we're not going to. You had the NBC interview first, in which that kind of language came to the fore. Then you had the comments on Air Force One, in which he appeared to kind of back down a little bit on putting secondary sanctions on Russian oil. So we're not quite sure where we are this morning as well. He also talked about Iran. And this is interesting too, because he's put B-2s into theatre as well. So that's the Spirit bombers, primarily potentially there to talk about what's happening with the Houthis. They're there to target the Houthis. But Iran's on the list as well. And in the NBC interview, he talks about there will be bombing. I'm surprised the oil market is taking it as well as it is this morning.
I think it's, again, coming to the same realm that you're seeing in the equity market or even the bond market here, which is let's just wait and see what happens. Because Iran, and this is a real sea change from Donald Trump's approach to Iran. We know that he claims a lot of credit and is, of course, very proud of the fact that he was responsible for the assassination of the Iranian general and during his first Trump administration, something he's used on the campaign trail. So direct negotiations were not necessarily on the table. So for the Trump administration to even reach out for a conversation was already a really big deal. Iran now saying absolutely not. We're not going to have those direct United States talks. And a lot of this does come back down to nuclear power. But to your point, the oil market not really blinking as much of an eye, even though this is the great unknown in the oil market. Not just what does the Trump administration do to Iran, but how does Iran respond?
Crude's at 73.58 this morning. There's commentary around that it could go back to 90, that it could go higher than that.
Yeah.
In a number of scenarios, not just one or two scenarios, a number of scenarios, you could see crude pushing sharply higher, which is what the Trump administration doesn't want. It wants lower oil prices. So all of this may be leaning against what the Trump administration is looking for economically, domestically in the US. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how those two factors again interact. Do you see the economics having an impact on what Trump does? So far, that is not the case. You see that in the tariff landscape.
It's going to be fascinating. We're already seeing, I think, a realm of caution. I'm curious to see how people trade this going into tomorrow, because we're still waiting for Wednesday for the actual Liberation Day. We're still 24 hours away. So is this a de-risking? Then do you buy maybe the rumor, sell the? I don't know how you trade this week ultimately, but caution for sure early this morning. We should talk about some of the politics right here in Europe, though, because of course a lot of eyes coming up in just, I believe, 2 hours' time when we're expected to hear from the French courts around Marine Le Pen. Now, this is a really big deal. She is trying to run in the 2027 presidential elections. In 2 hours, we might, emphasis on might, find out that she's not able to. This, of course, after a trial that's been going on for quite a bit on the alleged use of EU funds. We'll see how that turns out.
So this is about, the French press label this, fake European parliamentary assistance jobs. That's what the case is basically about. It's EU money being used domestically within the French political process when it shouldn't have been. That is what she's on the hook for, potentially here. She could face a 5-year ban, but that would be hugely political, wouldn't it? Some would argue, if you were to see the courts stepping into the political arena in that kind of way. So it's going to be interesting to see how the courts tread on this one. And there's all kinds of potential permutations. Would she be able to still be an MP? Would she be able to still stand or be part of a government if this case goes through and she is convicted? Even if somebody else became the next president under the RN banner. There's all kinds of interesting permutations around this. But I think French politics is about to be shaken if we do see a conviction here.
And return to the spotlight. I think you made that key point, is that if not her under the RN banner, then who, for example? Because the polling suggests that they are gaining seats, they are gaining popularity. And you see that across Europe, this rise of the far right. And Marine Le Pen got very close very recently, even in terms of the coalition parliament as well. Does she lose that momentum, or does it create some more domestic chaos if she isn't allowed to run? Do you see a more kind of civil response or protests or strikes or something like that?
We will wait, we will watch, we will bring you that news with a great deal of interest. Let's talk about what we've got coming up on the show. We've already indicated that equity markets look like they're going to be a little lower this morning. We'll talk about that. We're also going to be talking about how Europe responds to any potential Trump tariffs that come Wednesday. Zach Myers, Centre on Regulation in Europe, is going to be joining us, the research director there. Could Europe target US services? Could it target US big tech? There's a number of big cases coming up as well over the next few weeks, which could bring that area into the spotlight. We'll talk about that. Christian Bitterly, Citi Global Wealth at Work head, is going to be joining us to talk markets, as is Amy Gower, Morgan Stanley's head of metals and mining commodity strategy, is going to be joining us. That's going to be an interesting conversation, what's happening with gold, silver, copper. Kenton Jarvis is the new CEO over at EasyJet. That airline is opening a new base at Southend today, to the east of London. We will talk to him a little bit bit later on in the show.
Fascinating conversations ahead. Let's talk about what we need to watch in terms of the data, in terms of the events for the entire week. It is going to be a roller coaster, that is for sure. Today, we're going to get Italian and German CPI. We got French and Spanish CPI last week, so we'll see if the trend continues across Europe in terms of perhaps a little bit of a rebound, perhaps not as bad as expected. That was the theme from last week as well. Tuesday, Euro area CPI as a whole, and then some data over in the States as ISM manufacturing. But then I think we're all leading up to the back end of this week, which is Wednesday, Liberation Day, as the Trump administration calls it. What do those tariff levies actually look like? When are they enforced? And where are there other kind of pieces to it? I think it also later is going to be a question of non-farm payrolls on Friday.
Yeah.
It's a question of fiscal versus monetary yet again. So I would say my personal bet is it's a Wednesday versus Friday kind of week.
So you get through Wednesday, but then you've got to look forward to Friday. As you say, you've got to figure out exactly what that payroll number. At the moment, the whisper number, which has ticked higher over the last couple of days, stands at 90K. The survey number is 138. But I'm seeing quite a lot of variability within the economist call coming through on that number.
Yeah.
What happens if you get a really terrible print? How much further forward could that bring the Fed? If you get a strongish number, does that push the Fed further out? Goldman Sachs is changing its call on what it thinks the Fed is going to deliver this year. 3 potential cuts coming through as the economy slows down. It's a lot riding on that number, I think.
The call out on Hantius. We'll see if that changes when Jay Powell speaks on Friday, because what's confusing here is what's more important, inflation or labor, the dual mandate, right? The full employment versus the inflation story. And on the inflation front, you get it from the tariffs picture on Wednesday. The full employment front, or lack thereof, on Friday. So I'm curious to see what Jay Powell says. Maybe that's the kind of main event of the week.
He will have some clarity, though, which will be fascinating to see how he reacts to that clarity on what the tariff narrative is going to look like. Still don't know what's going to happen on taxes. Anyway, what else do you need to know this Monday morning? There's plenty. A rocket built by the German startup ISA Aerospace flew for just 30 seconds over the weekend before crashing in what is the company's first attempt to reach orbit. However, ISA says the test in Norway met all expectations. Now remember, European countries are seeking to reduce their dependence on the United States for launch systems that send satellites into orbit. This, of course, as defense ties with Washington come under some strain, let's put it that way. Rescuers in Myanmar are still working frantically to find survivors 3 days after the country's biggest earthquake in a century. The military government there says around 1,700 people were killed in Friday's massive quake, with more than double that number injured. And Chinese factory activity expanded again last month with the official...
Okay guys, US market open हो गया है already. US market is open already. नेचुरल गैस का ट्रेड ऑलरेडी बना ही हुआ है. ये ब्लू कलर की लाइन के आसपास फर्स्ट टारगेट रखना, नीचे आता है तो फिर 348 के अराउंड सेकंड टारगेट रहेगा. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल साइडवे चला गया है उसी एफईजी के अराउंड. यूएस मार्केट है थोड़ी सी वॉलेटाइल कैंडल हो सकती है. रिस्की ट्रेड है, पहले ही बता चुका हूँ. जिन लोगों ने लिया है ऐसे जाएगा तो निकल जाना, होल्ड मत करना. जिन लोगों ने नहीं लिया है अगर एफईजी से वेट कर रहे हैं लेवल का, तो ऊपर निकल के आता है इन लेवल्स पे तो सेल यहाँ कर सकते हैं. और बाइंग के लिए नीचे 2 लेवल हमारे पास है, यहाँ बाइंग कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, ये थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड था बिकॉज इट इज़ नॉट ऑन द लेवल, इट इज़ ऑन एफईजी. कुछ खास मूव किया नहीं है. ऊपर आ जाता है तो अच्छा ही है, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस के अराउंड. बाकी यहाँ से भी नीचे आ जाए तो बढ़िया ही है. ज़्यादा रिस्क नहीं है. 21 पॉइंट इफ़ एनीबॉडी टुक इट. नहीं लिया तो लेवल पे ही ट्रेड करना. ओके बाकी यूएस मार्केट ओपन है, थोड़ा सा वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है. बाकी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया एग्जैक्टली इधर पे है, यहाँ कहीं. यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनेगा. बाकी होल्ड मत करना क्रूड ऑयल का. ठीक है, अगर रिस्की ट्रेड लिया है सेलिंग वाला, अगर निकलता है एसएल डोंट होल्ड. यहाँ से सेल करेंगे एग्जैक्ट लेवल से. होने को पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, बट ऑलरेडी लिक्विडिटी नीचे से ले चुका है. अब इस एरिया की लिक्विडिटी जा चुकी है, यहाँ की भी जा चुकी है, तो ये ले एरिया बचता है अब फाइनली. लेट्स सी क्या होता है, देखते हैं. यहीं से आता है या फिर ऊपर जाता है. और लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया अभी तक स्ट्रीम को.
Of fresh US tariffs which are expected to be imposed on Wednesday. So this number picked up a little bit, didn't pick up by much. it is north of 50. They have some sort of manufacturing momentum. There's a lot of cases being brought against the Chinese at the moment at the WTO. I think it was nearly 200 last year as countries around the world grow concerned about the export boom that China's trying to deliver. And that's what's boosting that manufacturing number. But this all, of course, comes ahead of the tariffs. And we've already had some. We're going to get more, it seems. China's going to be hit.
It is going to be hit, but I feel like we're having the same conversation with China that we're having to some extent with Europe, obviously on a larger scale, which is can the fiscal stimulus, can the fiscal impulse offset to some extent, maybe not the entire hit, but offset to some extent any sort of volatility or tariff uncertainty that may ultimately end up hitting China. That's kind of my question here, because you have seen this investor optimism in China resurge, I think.
But hasn't that been based on the idea that we are seeing a technology boom? Yep. That we are seeing things like DeepSeek coming through to the fore, and that is driving companies like Baba as well and you're seeing big gains in Chinese tech. Is that where the investor optimism is, or is it really around the macro story, which still looks very troubled at the moment? You've still got very weak consumer demand. You've still got a housing crisis, a building crisis that is still ongoing and yet to be resolved. So I wonder whether the technology boom that we're seeing there is giving us a false steer on how the rest of the economy is really performing.
Completely fair point. I see your point. I'm going to raise it with take a look at what copper prices are doing. So yes, the property sector is still quite concerning, but copper prices are still rallying, and seeing it as a kind of a bellwether for what China is doing. There seems to be some kind of broad-based optimism that's still sort of baked in there. Whether that's misplaced or not is a different story.
Is copper rallying because of U.S. tariffs, or is copper rallying because of China?
Also a fair point,
Trump's talking about putting tariffs on copper, which is certainly already and has raised quite significantly copper prices in the United States, not maybe the rest of the world. So that's a factor. And we've started to roll over a little bit as well.
And that's a conversation we're going to have with our commodities guest, I believe, in the second hour as well. Looking forward to that conversation. Coming up on the program, we're going to bring you your stocks to watch at the open, including Volvo Cars. The Swedish automaker has tapped longtime CEO Håkan Samuelsson to retake the helm as it looks to navigate through challenges, including that of U.S. tariffs. Plus, as we said, the commodities conversation, we have to talk about gold as well, starting the week at a fresh record, rising above $3,100. We'll discuss how the metals market is positioning ahead of Donald Trump's expected tariff barrage later this week. But up next, we're diving into these markets. We're going to be joined by Jamie Niven over at Candrium, the senior fund manager there. We're looking forward to that conversation. If you have any questions of your own for us or for our guests, get involved in the conversation. IB plus Bleevy TV Go is the function on your terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends.
Get ahead of them. And so many more.
Welcome back. Monday morning, 41 minutes to go until equities start trading here in Europe. You've got futures trading right now, cash trading in 41 minutes. It's an ugly morning for risk assets. Trump's tariff threats certainly hitting sentiment, and we're looking at the March lows again. Let's talk about that and how significant a moment that could be. Valerie's here with the details.
Yeah, it seems like the equity market is as nervous as I am about the week ahead. We are very close to taking a look at those March 13th lows, the year-to-date lows for the equity market. The S&P futures are less than 1% away from taking that level out. In just the last four sessions, Guy, the S&P 500 has slipped over 4% as we head into quite a big week on tariffs and on data. The risk-off sentiment, though, there is some things I want to point out that are a bit odd. If we flip on, we can just check cross-asset. Yes, equities are lower. We're having the traditional bid into treasuries, but the dollar is not seeing any boost from this, Guy. And this is the third session running that we have this traditional risk off when it comes to stock and bonds, and not seeing a bid in the U.S. dollar. Is that the chat around the U.S. exceptionalism ending? People want to hide out in the euro, in the yen instead. The one thing that is flying off the shelf is gold, up more than 1% this morning, trading at record highs. highs as we speak. This is the stagflation trade of du jour, shall we say. Gold really flying in the last few sessions on this stagflation trade. But I want to point out a few things when it comes to the Treasury market. We are seeing a belly-led rally, and to me that is positioning for an economic slowdown. That's the market positioning for a recession. We have heard from some notes from the street of late. A few I want to mention. Morgan Stanley recommending their clients to be outright long the 7-year sector on a risk-off bid this week. We also heard from Goldman, who's amping up their calls when it comes to Fed cuts this year. They're now seeing 3 cuts from the Fed, positioning for the growth story from the U.S. to be damaged on the tariff narrative.
Great stuff, Valerie. Thank you very much indeed. So if I'm worried about risk assets, I'm not hiding out in the dollar. I am hiding out in treasuries, and it looks like gold is certainly continuing to catch a bid. That starts our conversation with Jamie Niven, Senior Portfolio Manager at Candriam. Good morning.
Morning.
Does that kind of sound about right? If I'm worried about risk assets, where do I hide?
Yeah, it's interesting, the dollar point that was just noted. I think what's changed is the market's now starting to price downside in risk assets as a recession risk, and therefore front-end treasuries rally, and the rates differential means that the dollar suffers. I think also, as you noted, the US exceptionalism has kind of reversed slightly.
So what am I doing? I'm worried about my equity sort of portion of my portfolio. I can buy bonds. Which bonds am I buying? Valerie's talking about the kind of the middle of the curve. Is that the place to be in the United States? Is that where I want to be? Or do I want to be in Europe? Do I want to be elsewhere? Do I want to stay in credit? Give me the diversification trade that you're looking at right now.
Yeah, sure. Interesting you mentioned credit as well. That's not something we like. Obviously, the correlation with equities, with spreads there. We think that credit's very expensive, particularly in the US.
It's been expensive for a while.
High yield side of things. Yeah, absolutely. But in answer to your question, where do you hide? I think the front and the belly of the curve is exactly the right place to go. If we start to see the labour market turnover, which is, I think, a key point for the Federal Reserve, even if inflation is slightly higher, I think Powell has noted that they're willing to look through inflation and see it as somewhat transitory. We've heard that phrase before if we think back a couple of years. However, it seems like that's the way they're looking, and that's the way the market's trading. So with continued risk off and the threat of US recession, the front end and the belly of the US curve is a good place to hide.
It's still unclear to me, and Guy and I were talking about this just a few minutes ago, what is the driving factor for markets? Is it still the fiscal and the tariff impulse and the inflationary impact there, or is it still the employment? Because it feels like the markets kind of trade sideways until we get a big payrolls number. And it feels like for this week, for you, what's the bigger day, Wednesday or Friday?
I think in terms of Wednesday, that's important, obviously, because everything is trading off tariff headlines at this moment in time. I think we've had a lot of risk off into it. We've just noted the lows on equity markets. We've had a big bid on treasuries. I think there's probably some risk of buy the rumour, sell the fact, as it were, and Wednesday they could see some relief. Into Friday, I think it's a big question for treasuries because, and it's somewhat asymmetric in my view, because if we see a downside print on the payrolls number, then that gives the treasury market more room to rally. Because as I mentioned, the Fed are currently willing to look through inflation, and if the labour market starts to fall, it gives them the rationale or the excuse to cut rates or have insurance cuts.
I'm looking at 419 on the 10-year. Give us a ceiling, give us a floor.
Oh, where's the... I mean, yields can fall below 4% quite easily, even this week, I think. And to the upside, I think the upside is capped at 450. I know I've given you a somewhat symmetric view, but I think the downside, there's more in the medium term. Because I think both from a rhetoric point of view, in terms of what the Fed has said, in terms of what Trump said, 450 is probably the ceiling, even if we get a bit of relief on the back of the tariffs announcements and we see a decent payrolls number. I don't think we sell off much more than that. I think on the downside, if we do see a weak payrolls number, we can see a big rally in the coming months.
What is the gravitational effect into Europe off that? You see Treasury yields going lower. What happens here in Europe on the back of that? Does Europe and the United States feel like a different place right now, or are they still quite heavily linked?
Look, the correlation's always high, right?
Yep.
But recently the correlation's been a bit lower for obvious reasons, given the fiscal announcements in Europe and the kind of reversal of the positivity in the US.
Yep.
I think there's still going to be some pull from treasuries if treasuries rally, I think. bunds will rally, for example. But there is somewhat of a different picture there. And I think what's interesting for the bund market is, yes, we're going to have some positive impacts from the fiscal announcements we've had. Our economists have something like 0.5% of GDP growth this year and a little bit more next year. But I think the big question is about the issuance possibility with European bonds. So having been...
When you say European bonds, do you mean German bonds?
Yeah, those are like two different things now.
The BTPs in the bond market are starting to feel like different places again.
Look, I think it's all going to be correlated, and I think there's going to be expectations for other European governments to start to spend as well. I'm not sure that we're going to continue to see a tightening in peripheral spreads in that environment, if I'm honest with you. In actual fact, I think that we're pretty tight on, for example, the BTP bund spread. But just on the bund point, on the issuance point, on European bonds, we do think that people have been positive on Europe for positive on European bonds, negative on European growth for a long time, and we could start to see long-term investors unwind some of that now that we've seen a bit of a rally.
So when will deficits start to matter again?
Deficits matter in the medium term. I mean, look at France, for example, the past year. We've seen a widening in the OAT bund spread because of the issues there on terms of issuance and
Sure, but that spread hasn't moved for like 3 months.
No, but when we were talking about it a few months ago. But look, deficits in the US, it's got that safe haven bid. We're seeing it today, right? So I don't think market's going to start to worry too much about deficits. Yeah. And if you listen to what Bessent said as well, I mean, he wants to control that deficit. So actually there's some net positive news, certainly on that side of the Atlantic.
The OAT market has calmed down a little bit. French politics has calmed down a little bit recently. Precisely. Today it might heat up again. How much of a hair trigger is that market on in terms of the politics?
Yeah. Look, I don't have any view on Le Pen or the court case, but in terms of OAT, we think the fiscal dynamics there are negative. We think that the spread, as you noted, hasn't moved in 3 months. It's actually tightened. We think there's room for that to widen, and we do think there's going to be some later information there that sees OAT widening at some point.
All right, well, we're going to see if that happens in less than 2 hours. Jamie Niven, Senior Portfolio Manager at Candriam, giving us a worldview through the bond market lens. Coming up, we're going to talk about one of the major things he's watching, which is, of course, Wednesday, Liberation Day, as the Trump administration calls it. They hit this week. They hit the EU this week. But how will the bloc respond, and what mechanisms will they use? That's the conversation coming up next with Zach Myers from the Center on Regulation in Europe. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg. 30 minutes away from the start of the opening trade. Red across your screen. Euro Stoxx 50 futures down a whopping 1% and selling off as we speak. It's not alone. Take a look at the CAC 40. You are seeing some underperformance in France relative to the rest of the market, but the DAX, at least from a futures picture, right on its heel. So really seeing some pain when it comes to the equity market, really setting us up for a poor U.S. session as well. But as risk assets sell off, non-risk assets, safer assets, haven assets catch a bit of a bid. And you can see that right off the bat with the German 10-year, the French 10-year, even the Italian 10-year, of course, following the lead you're seeing over in the States.
Big week coming up, massive week coming up, number of big risk events. Obviously, the main one comes Wednesday. The European Union, as is the rest of the world, preparing for a massive round of US tariffs amongst its retaliatory options. And we're talking about the EU here. Are measures potentially to target American technology and services companies? These companies rely very much on the EU market, which is huge for them. Some in the bloc believe that the so-called anti-coercion instrument, its most powerful trade policy tool, should be on the table. So what should the policy response look like? Let's start that discussion now. Zach Myers, Director of Research at the Center on Regulation in Europe, joining us around the table. Nice to see you. There has been some discussion that Europe should target US services, that this is the area of weakness that the European Union can get a response from the White House on. How big a risk would that be?
I think it would be quite risky. I can see why the EU wants to go down this path. So on goods, the EU has a trade surplus with the US, but the situation's in reverse when you look at services, where the EU imports about 109 billion more each year from the US than vice versa. And so, this is potentially quite a useful area for the EU to target. And of course, we know that the US president is quite close to tech CEOs, and so hitting companies like Apple, Meta, Google could be a potentially useful way to get attention. What the EU has focused on so far are kind of goods that don't have a huge impact on the European economy overall, things like Harley-Davidson motorcycles, Kentucky bourbon, for example, constituencies that are likely to be influential in Washington, but not make such a big difference on overall EU-US trade. And the EU is kind of running out of options for dealing.
So let's talk about the risk of doing this. A, presumably there is a risk that you get a big response out of the White House, and B, there is an economic cost, presumably here in Europe, that would be fairly significant as well.
Yeah, and there's a few factors to think about there. Obviously, there's this competitiveness crisis in Europe, this perception that productivity is very low, and what we need to do to solve that problem is to boost digitization across the economy. And for a lot of the digital services that Europe is going to rely on, US services are really the only game in town right now. And so raising the cost of them, making it more difficult for them to do business in Europe, you can see that there is a tension there between the two different goals of boosting competitiveness and protecting its existing economy that Europe has to face. So that's certainly, I think, one question that Europe will be considering quite closely. The other, of course, is that services is a kind of an untested area for trade wars, and so keeping the dispute to particular goods sectors might feel a lot more safer for a lot of EU member states.
You mentioned kind of this access to technology and innovation. We kind of saw that with Apple and their AI product, having it not released here but released in the States and in other parts of the world as well. Is there any sense of a U-turn from kind of the European lens of a change on that policy?
I mean, there's certainly a degree to which the EU wants to simplify its laws. There's a perception that it's maybe gone too far, too fast. The last 10 years, I think there are about 116 tech laws. So, especially for smaller firms that are trying to grow in Europe and digitize, this is a lot to get your head around in a really short period of time. What I think Europe is insistent on is that most of these laws are protecting important European values, things like digital competition and making sure that you don't have one company monopolizing certain parts of the tech sector, and protecting online safety, for example. And on some of those issues, it seems like the EU is at loggerheads with the US, and there is really no appetite to walk back those basic principles.
Can you put a number on it, as in, and I'm putting you on the spot here, because one of the things Donald Trump has talked about, is, as we discussed, is these non-tariff barriers. And he's basically saying that any reciprocal tariffs will come in line with VAT and with EU regulation, specifically EU tech regulation. There's been plenty of studies about just how much EU regulation costs American companies. But there are some varied numbers out there. Do you have a number on what that expense looks like? I
thought it would be an incredibly difficult number to calculate. What I do know that I think Trump will focus on are fines that are issued against US tech firms. And there are actually two coming down the pipeline this week, most likely. One against Meta and one against Apple. And if those numbers are very large, you can see Trump kind of fixating on them and seeing that the US has to retaliate in some way. But I have to emphasize, though, that these are EU laws. Companies around the world, including European companies, have to follow European law when they do business in Europe. This is not a barrier to trade. This is just the standard part of the way that regulation works.
You do wonder whether, though, Europe would like to maybe de-emphasize these right now. It just comes at a really difficult moment. So does politics start to interfere into these cases that are coming through? That will be if there's any hint that these cases aren't as aggressive, maybe there'll be a suggestion that politics is at play here.
Well, I'm having a little bit of deja vu, because this was the exact conversation we had with the Microsoft Activision deal right here in the UK, where ultimately, I think it was at the time Rishi Sunak was saying we need to deregulate, we need to have these kind of M&A, and the CMA was digging their heels in. But let me bring that back to you here. When it comes to those fines, it's always been kind of thought of as a prick and not really the snake bite, and very, very small fines relative to what it may be. Which direction is the EU likely to go in? To Guy's point, if the politics come in, increasing those fines or decreasing them?
I think this week we're likely to see lower fines, and that is, or at least on its face, it will not be because of Trump, obviously. But I think it's because the law that is being used to impose these fines is the Digital Markets Act, which is a relatively new instrument. And lawmakers at the time said, this is all very straightforward. It's self-executing. The companies know exactly what they have to do. That is not the case. These are high-level principles. There's lots of different ways the tech firms can choose to implement them. And the Commission is really in a dialogue with the companies, or ought to be, about what exactly they need to do. And so I think at this early stage of not, trying to clarify what the law means. Imposing really high fines at the start isn't the way to go. I think it's much more sensible to set low fines, set the expectations for firms, and obviously if they don't comply after that, will
there be a suggestion that politics, do you think, is at play here to a certain extent? Because right at this moment, as you've said, this is not the time you want to have a massive fine out there. Trump will potentially respond to that. That's going to complicate all kinds of other factors. Do you think there will be a suggestion that maybe there has been a sort of tap on the shoulder and maybe we go easy this time and we'll talk about this further down the road?
I think there'll be perceptions that is the case, but I think the Commission really has to and will be putting its head down, thinking about what are the facts on the ground, what is a fair fine to impose here. And I do think that going in hard with very high fines right now on this new law that's untested probably isn't the way to go. I mean, I would say as well, these are fairly technical rules, right, about how Apple has to allow app developers to allow customers to buy products outside the app ecosystem. It's fairly complicated. There were a set of rules that were imposed a few weeks ago on Apple, again under this same law, and it didn't seem to get much traction amongst the Trump administration because it was just kind of very difficult to understand. And that may again be the case here, but we're yet to see.
What do remedies in a conversation like that look like? What kind of shaping of behavior of businesses can happen?
Well, I think, as you mentioned, we saw really high fines in some past antitrust cases in the EU that, produced some headline-grabbing numbers, but didn't really change the market structure or the market dynamics. The same big firms that we saw in tech markets 5 or 6 years ago are still the same ones that are most dominant today. And so what we really want to see is not high fines because, as you say, they are kind of a pinprick for these large tech firms. We want to see changes in behaviour. And hopefully these new laws like the Digital Markets Act, which are very clear about the behaviour that's expected of companies, they can maybe do more to change the needle. But I have to say, the other part of that is if we want European tech firms, there's a lot of work that has to be done on expanding the single market, on simplifying regulation and making sure that the European
a common market would be nice and making it all work and fit seamlessly together. You're going to have a busy week, so we really appreciate you coming in and joining us first thing on a Monday morning.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much indeed. Zach Myers, Research Director at the Centre on Regulation in Europe. What have we got coming up?
We've got a little bit more on the auto front. Aston Martin out with a new forecast for growth as it reviews the tariff impact as one of our stocks to watch. We're going to dive into the details next. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Take a look at where we are. 17 minutes to go until cash trading in Europe. Futures look pretty negative. You're looking at the March 13th lows today. If we go through those and keep an eye on what's happening with E-minis at the moment stateside, that's going to be a big moment for the equity market. All of this, of course, comes ahead of the big day on Wednesday. The market's feeling a little nervous this Monday morning about what could come.
Absolutely. Let's go to one of our other top stories that we're likely to get an answer or some sort of result of in the next couple of hours. Marine Le Pen, leader of France's National Rally Party, will find out today whether she is banned from running for president in 2027. An immediate ban sought by prosecutors is a very real risk for Le Pen if she and her party are found guilty of diverting millions of euros in EU funds to finance activities related to their domestic agenda. Now, Le Pen has denied the allegations. Let's get a little bit more on this. Bloomberg's Caroline Conan joins us from Paris. Caroline, just walk us through what today looks like from the judge's perspective and the consequences for Marine Le Pen.
We're going to get the verdict around 9 a.m. UK time, and there are several scenarios for the National Rally leader Marine Le Pen. Of course, she could be acquitted. She could also get some jail time that she could potentially serve with an electronic bracelet, as well as a fine of 300,000 euros. And then she could get, of course, a suspended sentence that she could appeal. But of course, the worst case scenario for her would be if the judges order a 5-year ban from running for office applicable immediately, meaning that she wouldn't be able to appeal and she would not be able to run in 2027, which is the next presidential election. Of course, that would be a real shock for the French public opinion. Marine Le Pen, as you can see, during her trial in November 2024, said there was a witch hunt going on, interfering with the democratic process. Even at the time, the Interior Minister, Gérald Darmanin, said that Le Pen should be fought in the ballot box, not in court. Marine Le Pen is accused, along with 9 former members of the European Parliament, of embezzling as much as 4.5 million euros of European public funds, allegedly hiring fake assistants, parliamentary assistants, who were in fact working for her own party operations, the National Rally, back here in France, and not working at the European Parliament. Of course, this verdict is really highly expected here in France, given she's never been closer to possibly winning the next presidential elections.
Okay, some really interesting parallels with obviously what happened in the United States with Donald Trump. Talk to me about what the opinion polls are saying right now, and whether or not actually her party is ready if she is convicted. Is there a plan B?
Yeah, that's a huge question. And of course, there was a very interesting poll over this weekend in the weekend newspaper Journal du Dimanche. You can see 37%. That's the score she could potentially get in the first round of presidential elections if this election was taking place today, either against former Prime Minister Edouard Philippe, who's already declared his candidacy, or against former Prime Minister Gabriel Attal, who is also a possible contender. There are lots of contenders out there, of course, and a lot could still change over the next 2 years, given Emmanuel Macron cannot run again. He's already done 2 mandates, so he cannot run in 2027. And clearly his successor is not exactly identified. Where you are very right, Guy, is there a plan B at the National Rally? That's very unclear. Of course, we heard the name Jordan Bardella. You know, he was the one leading the campaign during the European elections last year and during the snap elections last July, where the National Rally tripled its number of seats in the French parliament, and that was a historical score. But Jordan Bardella is still very green politically. He's 29 years old, and he's, of course, been cited many times as a potential prime minister, but never as a presidential candidate. And in fact, he's not even tested in this poll quite yet.
Caroline, fascinating French politics to watch out for. We will bring you that result as we get it out of the French court. Caroline will be standing by to update us. Let's talk about what else we're watching this morning. The dollar continues to be firmly in focus. You'd think it would be catching a bid right now. Maybe not, Chrissy.
It's not. And in fact, it hasn't for a little bit, which is interesting given that we're really staring down the barrel of this tariff worry. Liberation Day coming on Wednesday, payrolls on Friday. And historically, when you've had to deal with tariffs out of the United States before in the first Trump administration, the playbook was very much buy America. Basically, if the U.S. sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. We've had plenty of guests on our show say the same thing. But the market is saying this time is different. Let me show you how this kind of hedge funds and leverage funds are positioned for this moment. And you can see that bullishness going into the dollar, specifically around Donald Trump's kind of election as well, has really come off of a cliff. Since the start of the year, you've seen that kind of extra positioning in favor of that dollar, those long dollar bets actually fade to the point, and you really have to zoom in here on this far right corner, you are officially going negative as of last week, which really tells you, guys, that there's this idea that the market, when it comes to the dollar, is no longer positioned for a bullish America, buy America scenario, or even a defensive bid to the dollar. It's kind of barely neutral at the moment.
It's amazing, isn't it? Normally, historically, we have seen the dollar performing in this kind of a world. The dollar smile, we often talk about the kind of the risk side of that dollar smile. Let's carry on the conversation and talk about where risk assets are this Monday morning. Clearly, there is fear in the market, in risk assets, in equities as a result of what could be coming Wednesday. We've seen the comments coming overnight from President Donald Trump. Simon White, Bloomberg Markets Live macro strategist, joining us to discuss. Simon, you've written in the past about how the equity market risk assets are in some ways sleepwalking into this tariff narrative, that we haven't fully priced the risk that exists out there. We're seeing some more risk being taken off the table this Monday morning. But how do you think markets are positioned going into Wednesday? Do they really reflect the risk that could be coming down the pike?
Well, I think it's very difficult for markets to price something that's inherently uncertain. And that's something that we've seen, all through the Trump presidency so far. So, anyone expecting any kind of final resolution on Wednesday, very unlikely we're going to get it. This looks like the beginning of negotiation. And, the reciprocal tariffs that are supposed to come in on Wednesday, nobody is quite clear exactly how they'll look, and whether, for instance, in the UK and other countries in Europe, whether VAT will be part of that. So I think there's obviously a lot of frantic kind of negotiations going behind closed doors, and the market is just very difficult for markets to price in something that's inherently uncertain. So I think obviously that there is some risk being taken off the table, which is, as you mentioned, and we're seeing that today, but it's extremely difficult for the market to try and price in something that colleague Ben Ram today called it a known unknown. So, we know something's going to happen on Wednesday, but we just don't really know exactly how it's going to look.
So that's Wednesday, Simon. What about Friday? What about the payrolls number? What about comments from Jay Powell? Does the monetary take a backseat to the fiscal?
Yeah, I think that's certainly the case over most of the last few months, but I certainly think the market's more focused on growth right now. We had some slightly more higher than expected inflation data on Friday, but yields didn't really respond to that. They are certainly more focused on growth right now. So it sort of feels like that if the payrolls numbers disappoint on Friday, that could see an outsized reaction from the market. But you've also got I think very importantly, the PMI and ISM data. So we've already had the flash PMI for manufacturing, which slipped below 50 again. We'll get the ISM, we should get that this week, I think. And then the services one, which is most of the economy, 70% of the economy. That one is still quite strong. That's above 50. So these are probably the most important data points: payrolls, ISM, and PMI. But as I say, the market, regardless of the inflation, the slightly more hot inflation we're seeing right now, the market seems to be very much focused on growth.
Simon, just very briefly, Nikkei's in correction. We've seen a 10% drop now. How do European assets perform if we see a big downdraft in US equities? Can they diverge, really?
They can outperform on the way down, which still means they go down. And I sort of suspect that's maybe what we will see. You've really got the big difference here is you've got fiscal tightening, or the projection of fiscal tightening in the US. You've got potential for fiscal expansion in Europe, and really capital would probably want to flow from the US to Europe. But that does not mean that Europe is immune from a fall in equity. They could fall, but they could outperform on the way down.
Absolutely, something we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. Simon White, Bloomberg Markets Live macro strategist. We thank you so much. You have more analysis from him and the team. MLIV Go is the function on your terminal. Let's get our stocks to watch with Joe Easton. Joe.
Morning, Critty. So we're going to be focusing on the sectors exposed to the tariff concerns this morning, given the commentary we've seen from Trump over the weekend around potentially tariffs coming on all countries. Take a look at some of the losses we've already seen over the past year on the auto stocks, in particular Stellantis already down 60%. The parts makers, Forvia, Continental, also going to be in focus as well. Also the drink stocks, heavy losses there, given that sector also in the eye of the storm in terms of the tariffs. Keep an eye on Diageo, Remy, all the usual suspects on that one. And the metals and mining companies, given we are seeing declines once again in the base metals prices today. Iron ore down around 2% this morning. Keep an eye on that one. Then in UK retail, we've got a shock resignation over at Primark. The CEO standing down after 16 years at the helm. This is as the company says that the firm did find some behaviour in a recent event, so he has stood down. Also keep an eye on Aston Martin. Bit of a share sale there, raising around 50 million quid. Could be taken positively for Aston Martin this morning.
All right, Joe Eason, our equities reporter, walking us through some of the stocks that could be on the move in just about 5 minutes' time. I think from a macro perspective, it is still very much do the technicals trigger a broader sell-off or a buying moment?
So 55.62 is the low in March for US futures, for S&P futures. We're currently trading at 55.78. You get through that, maybe opens a trapdoor for the markets. In terms of where we are this morning, looks like we're going to be down circa 0.75 to 1% on European equities. The open is next. It is time for this Monday's opening trade. This is Bloomberg.
एनी न्यूज इन क्रूड ऑयल? यस, एक स्टेटमेंट आया था, उसकी वजह से थोड़ा बहुत मूव किया है। बाकी ये जो रिस्की ट्रेड था इसका एसएल जा चुका है, ध्यान रखना, ठीक है, किसी ने लिया था। एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पर है, थोड़ा वेट करना, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस का फर्स्ट टारगेट हो गया है, सेकंड टारगेट नीचे रहेगा 348, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना इन नेचुरल गैस। फर्स्ट टारगेट डन, लेट्स सी सेकंड टारगेट भी देता है तो 348 सेकंड टारगेट रहेगा, ठीक है। यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान क्रूड ऑयल में भी है, बट एक कैंडल देखोगे एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है, तो थोड़ा वेट करना कैंडल का ना, या तो अपना लो ब्रेक कर दे कैंडल, या फिर नीचे वापस आएगी पर्पल कलर की लाइन के नीचे, इस वाली लाइन के नीचे 6050 के नीचे, तब सेल करना है रेजिस्टेंस पर ही। बट वी कांट सेल डायरेक्टली बिकॉज द कैंडल इज ओपन इक्वल टू लो। रेजिस्टेंस ठीक है, न्यूज़ आया था उसकी वजह से ऊपर निकल गया था। यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग के बाद देखोगे 7 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन हुआ, एंड देन 7:15 पे शिकागो पीएमआई का डेटा। अब आज और कोई डेटा है नहीं, ध्यान रखना, नो डेटा नाउ शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे। डेटा पॉजिटिव था डॉलर के लिए, नेगेटिव था पॉजिटिव था डॉलर के लिए, नेगेटिव था गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। नैस्डैक को भी देखोगे तो लगभग 350 पॉइंट वो भी गिरा ओपनिंग के बाद। थर्टी मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट से सपोर्ट लिया, जैसा मैंने बताया था 18,880 का सपोर्ट है 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, नॉट 15 मिनट। वहाँ पर सपोर्ट लिया है कैंडल ने, लेट्स सी थोड़ा और ऊपर जाता है तो ये सपोर्ट पर ही 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के, नॉट 15 मिनट। 15 मिनट के लेवल दिख नहीं रहे ओपनिंग के बाद, लेकिन अच्छा खासा गिर गया, थोड़ी रिकवरी आई है। लेट्स सी सपोर्ट लेता है तो यहाँ पर लेना चाहिए लॉजिकली, थोड़ा देर यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन होके अगर ऊपर जाता है वो बेटर रहेगा। बाकी सपोर्ट तो ले लिया इसने 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। बाकी न्यूज़ की वजह से थोड़ा बहुत गोल्ड भी गिरा था 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। 7:15 की जो न्यूज़ थी, 7:15 का जो डेटा आया था यूएस मार्केट के बाद, बट मार्केट ने सपोर्ट लिया 3110। नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट आपको मिलेगा 3089। देखो ये इस पे सेल किया जा सकता है गोल्ड पे, क्योंकि ये 3 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली अब ब्रेक डाउन कर देगा। एक सेलिंग का प्लान गोल्ड में। कैंडल हो गई ना क्लोज, कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है ऑलरेडी। रेजिस्टेंस पे यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं, तीसरी बार आया था, अब ज़्यादा बार सपोर्ट लेना नीचे लॉजिकली ब्रेक डाउन हो जाना चाहिए। 3 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, दिस इज अ 4th टाइम। नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट फिर हमारा 3090 का रहेगा, ठीक है। नेचुरल गैस में भी हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो, ट्रेल करो, उसमें टारगेट थोड़ा सा बड़ा है, उसमें 16 पॉइंट कम नहीं होते। बाई क्रूड ऑयल में वेट करना, ठीक है, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, डोंट सेल डायरेक्टली, स्टिल रेजिस्टेंस है अभी भी, डायरेक्टली कर सकते थे बट ये कैंडल ही सीधा ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है। इस कैंडल से इतना फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता क्योंकि ये काफ़ी नीचे थी, बट ये जो कैंडल आई है एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे, दैट इज़ नॉट सूटेबल डायरेक्टली फॉर सेलिंग। स्टिल रेजिस्टेंस प्लान जरूर रहेगा। इसके ऊपर का लेवल अभी देखा नहीं है, फिलहाल अभी यही है 6095, 6100 तक रेजिस्टेंस जो नहीं है। इसके ऊपर और कहाँ जा सकता है अगर ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो। थोड़ा सा ऊपर और जाता है तो एक और रेजिस्टेंस है यहीं पर, एक 6100 पे, ठीक है। अपर लेवल पे भी रेजिस्टेंस है एक, तो उसको भी काउंट करना, तो मैं उसको एक साथ ही रख रहा हूँ। पूरा ही जोन एक साथ आ जाएगा। नेक्स्ट मेजर कहाँ मिलेगा इसको? ठीक है, 6100 भी रेजिस्टेंस ही है। 6100 इन द सेंस ऑफ ये जिसका टॉप बना है वो भी रेजिस्टेंस ही है। फिर मिलेगा 6150 पर। 100 अच्छा है। यहाँ पर क्रूड को डायरेक्टली सेल मत करना, वेट करना है कैंडल या तो अपना लो ब्रेक करे या फिर वापस लेवल के नीचे आए। अगर यहाँ नहीं आता है प्राइस थोड़ा और ऊपर जा सकता है, हायर लेवल को टच करने और फिर गिर सकता है, वहाँ पर भी रेजिस्टेंस है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस देखते हैं, रुकता है 348 पे, थोड़ा बहुत रुकना तो चाहिए लॉजिकली रीटेस्ट जोन पे। बाकी अगर इसके नहीं रुका तो फिर नेक्स्ट मेजर सपोर्ट 338। अच्छा मूव आ गया इसमें भी। नहीं, नॉट वर्थी। कैंडल क्लोज होती नहीं होती है, नीचे नहीं हुई तो फिर वेट करना पड़ जाएगा क्रूड में। 6150 में वही सेम ही बनता है एग्जैक्टली। कल काफ़ी डेटा है, ध्यान रखना। आज का तो हो गया ऑलरेडी, फर्स्ट ऑफ अप्रैल, सेकेंड ऑफ अप्रैल को मेजर डे। बट कल जो ओपनिंग का डेटा है जो, दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। ये भी अच्छा है। नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस मेजर मिलेगा 6240 50 इस रेंज पे। अगर इसने 6100 वाला भी लेवल होल्ड नहीं किया। कि यार ये कैंडल नीचे नहीं आ रही है, कैंडल हो गई है क्लोज होने वाली है, 10 सेकंड है, लगता नहीं वापस आएगी लेवल के नीचे। यस क्लोज, ठीक है देखो हो गई कैंडल क्लोज क्रूड ऑयल की, ओपन इक्वल टू लो लेवल के ऊपर ही क्लोज हो गई है। या तो वो अपना लो ब्रेक खुद करे कैंडल, तब तक सेल नहीं कर सकता, इसमें ध्यान रखना। दो चीज़ पॉसिबिलिटी है, ये वापस आए अपना लो ब्रेक कर दे सेम कैंडल का, उसके बाद एक ट्रेड पॉसिबिलिटी बन पाएगी, नहीं तो वेट करना पड़ेगा थोड़ा और ऊपर आने का। ठीक है, ये ट्रेड अभी एक्टिवेट ही नहीं हुआ है इसका मतलब। या एक खुद अपना लो ब्रेक करे जो प्रीवियस कैंडल है, उसके बाद कुछ ये प्राइस एक्शन बन जाएगा यहाँ पर, तब सेल यहाँ पर होगा इस एरिया में, अदरवाइज और ऊपर आने देना। है रेजिस्टेंस पर ही बट लॉजिकली सेल नहीं कर सकते, थोड़ा सा अगर ऊपर आ जाता है तो फिर ये बेटर है। ठीक है, दोनों ही पॉसिबिलिटी है, ऊपर आएगा तो भी चलेगा, नहीं आता है मान लो ये इसका नीचे ऐसे ब्रेक डाउन कर देता है कैंडल क्लोज, तो ये ओपन इक्वल टू लो के ऐसे चले जाएंगे सबके बायर के, फिर ये कुछ हल्का सा पुल बैक, तब एक सेलिंग हो सकती है, ऊपर आ जाए तो और अच्छा है। इस एफ को रिमूव कर देना, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है अब, इस रिस्क की ट्रेड को भी रिमूव कर दो। ठीक, ये टारगेट रहेगा, देखते हैं यहीं से आता है नीचे या ऊपर से। नहीं, ये कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं है, प्रीवियस कैंडल है ओपन इक्वल टू लो। आर्ली डेली कैंडल, आर्ली डेली कैंडल्स ब्रेक ऑफ स्ट्रक्चर क्रूड ऑयल, डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे कैंडल, अरे डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे तो कैंडल क्लोज होने में बहुत टाइम है अभी। कौन सा स्ट्रक्चर की बात कर रहे हो? जो पिछले 3 दिन का कंसोलिडेशन की बात कर रहे हो? 3 दिन के कंसोलिडेशन की बात कर रहे हो तो ब्रेक हुआ है, स्ट्रक्चर कौन सा है? बिल्कुल, अगर वो ऊपर आ जाता है और अच्छा है, वहाँ पर अगर ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बनी तो डायरेक्टली सेल, अगर ओपन इक्वल टू वहाँ पर भी लो बन गई कैंडल तो कांट सेल डायरेक्टली। एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बनना चाहिए फॉर सेलिंग पर्पस, बाइंग के लिए ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बनना चाहिए एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे, एक कैंडल पहले एक कैंडल बाद में बन जाए नो इशू, उससे ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता। करते रहो गाइस, रुकना नहीं है लाइक करने में। उसमें हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल हो सकता है। नहीं, नेचुरल गैस में कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, वो सपोर्ट यहाँ पर है, यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है। दिस एरिया इज अ सपोर्ट एरिया। पूरा गिर गया तो काफ़ी बड़ा गिर जाएगा और इंट्राडे में अभी तो पॉजिटिव ही दिख रहा है, बट मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली यहाँ पर रुकेगा थोड़ा बहुत।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. With 2 days to go until President Trump's reciprocal tariff announcement, investors are worrying about what it'll mean for global growth.
The tariffs will be far more generous than those countries were to us, meaning they will be kinder than those countries were to the United States of America over the decades.
The president told reporters on Air Force One last night that the tariffs will start with all countries, and that has sparked a sell-off in risk assets and a rush to safety. Right now, the S&P 500 is lower by 1.1%, back in correction territory. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.5%. The tech-heavy NASDAQ Composite is sinking by about 2.1%. The 10-year Treasury yield is down more than 3 basis points to 4.21%. We're seeing strength in the dollar. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is higher by 0.2%, and gold is trading above $3,100 an ounce for the first time, right now up 1%. Lori Calvasina with RBC Capital Markets.
We do seem to be having a paradigm shift in terms of economic policy and foreign policy and the intersection between the two. So we've been cautioning people, sure, we hope we get some clarity on Wednesday, but at the same time, the world has changed, and I think investors need to keep that in mind.
Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital was a guest on Bloomberg Daybreak, and right now the S&P is on track for its worst quarter compared to the rest of the world since the 1980s. Bank stocks are headed for their worst quarter since the regional lending crisis 2 years ago. The KBW Bank Index is down 6.4% since the start of the year. Right now it's lower by nearly 1%. A huge shakeup in French politics. Far-right leader Marine Le Pen has been found guilty of embezzlement in a case that dates back to her days in the European Parliament. Judges in Paris sentenced her to 2 years in prison and barred her from running for president for the next 5 years. Bloomberg Daybreak Europe anchor Stephen Carroll has more.
This is an earthquake in French politics, that the person who has been leading in the polls until now for next presidential election is now ineligible to run. It'll raise questions for what the far-right National Rally Party wants to do, who they may put forward in her place, but also for the other parties as well, as they're going to be looking at what criticism there might be.
Bloomberg's Stephen Carroll reports the leader of Le Pen's National Rally Party, Jordan Bardella, says democracy has been executed in France. Le Pen's lawyer says she will appeal. President Trump is not ruling out running for a third term. The 22nd Amendment to the Constitution limits presidents to just 2, but in an interview with NBC News, Trump said there are methods to do it. On Air Force One last night, Trump insisted he is focused on his current term.
We have almost 4 years to go, and that's a long time. But despite that, so many people are saying, you've got to run again.
And we get more on this from Bloomberg's Kevin Whitelaw.
The Constitution is really quite clear on this. And I think everyone has gone back at various points in the past couple of months to look at it, to understand it. So it's very, very hard to understand what he's saying other than, perhaps a constitutional amendment, which, is clearly not going to happen.
Bloomberg's Kevin Whitelaw notes that Congress would have to pass an amendment with a 2/3 majority, and then 3/4 of the states would have to ratify it. The death toll from Myanmar's biggest earthquake in a century has now topped 2,000. More than 4,000 others are either injured or missing in the magnitude 7.7 quake. The focus in Thailand is on a skyscraper under construction in Bangkok, the only building to come down in the disaster. Bangkok's governor says they are still looking for survivors.
We have hope, okay? And that's important that we have to carry on.
12 people died in that 30-story tower. Nearly 80 others were trapped. In the Middle East, Israel's military is telling Palestinians to leave areas in southern Gaza ahead of, quote, intense fighting with Hamas. The notification includes the city of Rafah near the Egyptian border and surrounding areas. It's a sign Israel plans to extend ground operations in Gaza after a ceasefire collapsed earlier this month. Back on Wall Street, we've got deal news. Rocket, the online mortgage provider, is buying Mr. Cooper in an all-stock deal worth $9.4 billion. The new company would handle 1 out of every 6 mortgages in the U.S. Right now, Rocket shares are lower by 4%. Mr. Cooper is soaring by more than 16%. Yum Brands is little change to the upside. The parent company of Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and KFC announced its CEO, David Gibbs, will be stepping down in the first quarter of next year. Gibbs has been at Yum Brands for 36 years. The Trump family is expanding further into crypto. America Data Centers, a company formed by Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, is set to launch a new venture with Hut 8 called American Bitcoin Corporation. Hut 8 says the new subsidiary will be focused exclusively on Bitcoin mining and, quote, strategic Bitcoin reserve development. Bitcoin right now is little change to the upside, trading close to $83,000. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
ओके, करंट कैंडल भी देखोगे, ये भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे नहीं है अभी, तो कोई सुनिए, एक सेलिंग का प्लान रहेगा यहाँ से वापस से लेवल पे नहीं बनना चाहिए एग्जैक्ट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो, अदरवाइज नॉर्मल है। कल मार्केट ओपन है 1 अप्रैल, देखते हैं इंडियन मार्केट ओपन कहाँ होता है। यूआई तक आ सकता है कि क्रूड ऑयल, वहाँ तक चांसेस कम है, नीचे आएगा तो मैक्सिमम 5000 से लेकर 5980 के आसपास यहाँ तक गिर सकता है। इसके नीचे गिर गया फिर तो मतलब इसके नीचे गिराने के लिए भी कोई न्यूज़ चाहिए प्राइस को, यहाँ तक तो आना चाहिए लॉजिकली। हाँ, कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू लो बन गई तो बात अलग है, बाकी नीचे तक यहाँ तक अभी चांस कम ही लग रहा है, क्योंकि अगर यहाँ से नीचे गिरता है तो फिर यहाँ पर भी रुकना मुश्किल है, फिर सीधा ही 5830 तक ही जाएगा। तो ये जो प्रीवियस मोमेंटम आया है ना कंटिन्यूअसली विथ ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल, दैट इज इन फेवर ऑफ बायर्स, दैट इज मेजर लेवल नाउ। बाकी नेचुरल गैस यहाँ से थोड़ा पुल बैक जरूर आएगा, बायर्स निकल सॉरी सेलर्स निकल जाना, एंड थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ पर एक पुल बैक का प्लान रहेगा। कैंडल देखेंगे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई में बाई नहीं कर सकते डायरेक्टली, राइट।
Marine Le Pen has been banned from running for office for the next 5 years. She will probably not make it in the next presidential elections in 2027. That's after the judges found her guilty of embezzling EU public funds as much as 4 million euros at the European Parliament. The party allegedly used fake parliamentary assistance to work for their own operations of the National Rally here in France. Marine Le Pen left the courtroom even before the verdict was announced, looking exasperated. This is clearly a game changer in French politics, potentially a political earthquake, because she's been the clear favorite in the polls for this next presidential elections. Marine Le Pen can remain an MP in France in the short term. She will, of course, appeal the verdict, even though the appeal is unlikely to take place before 2027. This is going to be a huge shock for public opinion. The National Rally does have a plan B in the name of their president, Jordan Bardella. But Jordan Bardella is very young, 29 years old. He's very green politically, and he's never really been tested in the polls as a potential presidential candidate.
statement impacted crude oil? Which statement? Okay, news. You're talking about news. Majorly tomorrow, job opening data and manufacturing PMI data. These are the two important data for tomorrow, which impact crude oil price. Number one. नंबर टू, कल मतलब परसों भी आपका रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ लगेंगे कंट्रीज पर, यूएस लगाएगा. इट विल आल्सो इम्पैक्ट. सो दीज टू.
Should take advantage of new emerging technologies to access new markets, build new businesses, and invest in different asset classes.
Foreign investors for the first time since 2006.
Investors should take advantage of new emerging technologies to access new markets, build new businesses, and invest in different asset classes.
We're really excited about robotics, and Chinese companies are looking so compelling, it's time to revisit them.
How do you do your job? With great difficulty. It's been, I write a quarterly global economic outlook. I think this last one has been the hardest one. Because, as you mentioned the term, lots of moving parts, but there's just this fluidity to the US policymaking that is very, very difficult to get your head around. And I'd love to refer back to the most recent press conference by Jay Powell, where, he was quizzed, well, you've taken inflation up, growth down, and yet your forecast for the Fed funds rate is still unchanged. He was talking about inertia. It's really hard to know how to adjust the forecast. I called the global economic outlook, I called it as seismic dislocations. And I think that hits it quite well. You see, because the US administration is fundamentally changing the global order in at least three respects. The first one is the global trade system. The rule-based trade system is coming under a lot of fire with all those tariffs that Trump is threatening. Secondly, the whole military and security setup is being thrown up in the air. All of these have important economic consequences. And lastly, of course, this administration also wants to fundamentally redo the shape of the US federal government. So there are a lot of balls in the air. But there's also one thing, and this is what makes me hopeful, and that is that Europe is kind of getting its act together, and that Germany at last has ditched that silly Schuldenbremse, the debt brake, and there is coming in Germany a very, very sizable fiscal expansion. And Europe, I get the sense, is now forced to unite. But the uncertainty is huge, and I would say our forecasts have changed relatively little, but the skew of risks has dramatically moved to the downside.
Before we get into some of the nuts and the bolts of those forecasts and kind of figuring that out, I want to pick up on those 2 points. So US is reshaping global trade ties and also military national security ties. Where does China fit into that scenario? What opportunities does China have to step into that? And I guess specifically when we think about strengthening trade ties and so on, to what extent does this provide China with an opportunity to offset the pain from US tariffs?
I don't know if they're going to completely offset it, but it, of course, gives it a huge opening. I found it so interesting that we've just had the meetings of the trade representatives of China, South Korea, and Japan. Now, those three are not historically the best buddies, are they? But they have decided, well, we've got to do something. And, you know, I don't think that for Europe there's a question about choosing the US or choosing China. But I think it's, you know, it's something of a divorce from the United States, and I don't think that Europe is ready to jump into a rebound relationship, to put it that way.
Should the world expect more exports to come in from China?
Yes, I think so. But you know, I wrote last summer, I wrote a paper called Debunking the Deglobalization Myth, which is actually quite a good paper, I have to admit. Not all of them are, but anyway. And there is an interesting dynamic. If you look at the ratio of China exports and China imports relative to China industrial production, that peaked a long time ago. That peaked in around the early teens, 20-teens. So you could say, but at the same time, China's share of global trade in goods continues to rise. So what you can say is that the rest of the world is becoming less and less important to China, but China continues to become more and more important to the rest of the world.
Okay. So in light of that, to what extent do you expect to see other countries, particularly in Asia, putting up their trade barriers to prevent a wave of, you know, Chinese exports coming in to their various countries? And how painful is that for China?
Well, I think it would be reasonably painful, but as I just said, global trade has become a lot less important to China than in the past. So it is going to be a lot less painful to China today than it would have been 10 or 20 years ago. But I think, you know, the initiative that we earlier mentioned, where the trade representatives from Korea, from South Korea, Japan, and China are getting together, is exactly because they are aware of that. See, we will all be worse off if we respond to Donald Trump's trade war. I think you can call it a trade war, with starting our own trade wars. Because the fact is that, you know, I'm an economist, I firmly believe in the benefits of international trade. They allow us to take advantage of comparative advantages, and tariffs make us all poorer and our loss of global economic welfare. And so I think it's really important that we try to keep together the global trade system, that we keep it open. But of course, you know, it's got to be fair trade. Right? I mean, there have to be rules, and in particular, subsidizing exporters is, of course, not what's part of a level playing field.
So in this part of the world, to your point, it's somewhat more manageable when it comes to, you know, China and other, you know, importing, exporting nations in Asia. I guess there's two potential models. One is that everyone becomes more protectionist, isolationist, puts up trade barriers. Or perhaps in Asia, we see some kind of informal agreement, perhaps, to keep those relatively low. We see more trading between Japan, China. So which of those two models do you think we are currently leaning towards? Or is there a third model that I've completely got wrong?
I don't think that there is a third one. I can't think of it. I think we're moving towards, not towards a world where everybody increases their trade barriers. I hope, because we're all going to be a lot poorer if that happens.
So there will sort of be these microcosms, you know, where we do see essentially trade partners figuring it out and trade getting through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, if I were to put my super optimist hat on, then, you know, this whole idea about reciprocal tariffs that the U.S. is talking about, which, by the way, good luck with those. Because the U.S., what is it? The U.S. levies tariffs on about 13,000 goods categories. It trades with 200 countries. That means 2.6 million tariffs you have to look at, and that's just on the U.S. side. With an institution, the Office of the Trade Representative, which I believe has about 200 employees. Good luck with that one. But anyway, what I was going to say is, there is the possibility, the ultimate model, of course, would be, because Donald Trump isn't wrong, that lots of countries apply higher tariffs to goods coming from the U.S. than the U.S. does on goods coming from them to the U.S. And so there is this positive world where we might all reduce our tariffs, which would be, I think, pretty good. But I think it's a bit of a long shot, that scenario.
I mean, to your point, you started out by saying this was the most difficult quarterly report you've had to write just because of the level of uncertainty out there. My question is, is the nature of this type of uncertainty transient? In other words, people are sitting on their hands not spending. Corporates are sitting on their hands not spending on capex because we don't know where the rules we don't know where things are going to settle.
Yeah.
But things have come in so quickly, and do you think things go out as quickly and the tide recedes as quickly as one could hope?
I doubt that they're going to go away very quickly. But, you know, I slightly disagree with your point. I don't really see much of consumers holding back and sitting on their hands. But you're absolutely right. In terms of businesses, you know, everybody now looks at these policy uncertainty indices, right?
Yeah.
And they have, of course, increased dramatically to levels that we've in the past really only seen in full-blown global crisis. And the latest numbers, for instance, for the global policy uncertainty index and for the trade policy uncertainty index, those are already in the stratosphere. The latest available numbers are for January. Yeah. Can you imagine what those are going to look in February and March? And so, of course, companies, as a CEO, you'd be absolutely mad to now go for a big investment project unless it is something that's pretty much independent from the rest of the world and exclusively focused on the domestic economy. But even your domestic economy is likely to be affected by what's going on in U.S. policymaking.
What probability do you attach to a U.S. recession this year?
I'm not sure I want to put a number on it, but I can assure you one thing. It's going up. It's going up a lot. I don't know, in the next year, 25%.
ओके, नेचुरल गैस में यहाँ पर ध्यान रखना, एक छोटा सा पुल बैक का प्लान कर सकते हैं इस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से। सेलर्स निकलना, थोड़ा वॉल्यूम भी कम हो गया अब तो। बाई क्रूड ऑयल में यहाँ से वापस सेल कर सकते हैं। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बनी है, यहाँ पर ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी थी तो डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं कर सकते थे। अगर ये कैंडल नीचे वापस क्लोज होती है अपने लो ब्रेक करके तब करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है तो फिर नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस ही करना पड़ेगा, तो यहाँ से वापस सेल कर सकते हैं। कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे मत सेल करना। बाकी यहाँ से पुल बैक का प्लान करोगे, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे मत बाई करना, ठीक है? नॉर्मल कैंडल होनी चाहिए। बाकी टारगेट ये ब्लू कलर की लाइन तक रहेगा 6000। बाकी हल्का थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है, यहाँ से फिर एक हल्का सा पुल बैक आना चाहिए वापस।
Today, Elon Musk wades into a judicial race in Wisconsin.
Trump's attack on big law firms, and Turkey's Kurds push for concessions as Erdogan continues his crackdown.
It's Monday, March 31st. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Jonah Green in New York.
And I'm David Spencer in London. First, to some breaking news from France, where a court has found far-right leader Marine Le Pen guilty of embezzlement. The ruling could potentially see Le Pen barred from the next presidential race. The sentence is expected to be issued later today. Keep up to date with this story at Reuters.com or on the Reuters app.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Elon Musk at a rally in Green Bay, Wisconsin, handing out two $1 million checks to voters. He also promised to pay supporters $20 for every voter they recruit. This is the battle for an open seat at Wisconsin's Supreme Court, and it's become the most expensive judicial campaign in U.S. history. Groups affiliated with Musk have poured millions of dollars into the race, which will determine whether liberals or conservatives control Wisconsin's top court. Reporter Joseph Axe is covering the race.
A lot of observers think this race might exceed $100 million by the time all is said and done. And that's the kind of money that you would expect in a high-profile governor's race or maybe a Senate race, not a state Supreme Court race between two people that probably your average person hasn't even heard of. Musk has said that he's interested in this race because he's worried that a liberal majority on the court might order the congressional districts to be redrawn, which would in turn potentially cost Republicans a couple of seats. So given the razor-thin majority that Republicans have in the U.S. House, Musk has basically argued that if the court overturns those congressional maps, it could block all of the things that he and Trump are trying to accomplish. But Democrats have also pointed out that Musk has a personal stake potentially in this race. That's because Tesla in January sued the state over a law that bars car manufacturers from opening dealerships. And that's a case that, at least in theory, could eventually reach the state Supreme Court. And so a lot of the Democrats have argued that Musk is essentially trying to buy himself a key vote on this court. But then also, because of its status as a swing state, this is a really interesting early test of how Donald Trump and Elon Musk's unprecedented cost-cutting across the federal bureaucracy is playing out in a really politically divided place. And so this is going to give us an opportunity to see how are voters responding to Trump and to Elon Musk and the things that they've been focused on since he took office.
U.S. President Donald Trump said he was, quote, pissed off at Russian President Vladimir Putin. Trump telling NBC News he was angry after Putin last week criticized the credibility of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's leadership. Trump threatening to impose secondary tariffs of 25% to 50% on buyers of Russian oil if he feels Moscow is blocking his efforts to end the war in Ukraine. In the same interview, Trump also threatened Iran with bombing and secondary tariffs if Tehran did not come to an agreement with Washington over its nuclear program. And Trump made clear he wasn't joking about seeking a third term, which he is not allowed to do under the Constitution.
A woman being pulled from the rubble in Mandalay, Myanmar. 4 people have been rescued from collapsed buildings, according to Chinese media, after a massive earthquake there killed around 2,000. In Thailand, where the quake also hit, rescue efforts have focused on the 76 people feared trapped under a collapsed Bangkok skyscraper. Markets are having a rocky start to the week with new US tariffs looming. Carmel Crimmins is here with more.
President Trump upped the ante on Sunday when he told reporters that reciprocal tariffs he's set to announce this week will include all countries, not just a smaller group of 15 nations with the biggest trade imbalances. Stocks have taken fright and are down across the board, and Goldman Sachs has lifted the chance of a US recession to 35% from 20%. Later today, Reuters will be speaking to IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva in her first major interview since Trump's inauguration. So check out Reuters.com and the Reuters app to see what she has to say about a global trade war.
Trump is targeting major U.S. law firms with executive orders that restrict how they do business. On Friday, 2 judges temporarily blocked key parts of these orders against 2 firms, while another law firm, Skadden Arps, cut a deal with the White House to avoid a similar directive. This follows a similar agreement with the firm Paul Weiss, which agreed to dedicate $40 million in pro bono work to causes supported by the Trump administration. Legal affairs reporter Mike Scarcella is in Washington, D.C.
President Trump has sort of declared war on the legal industry at large, and there's always a connection to his past. And essentially, his big picture take is firms, in his view, have weaponized the legal system against him.
And what do these orders do?
They're very broad in terms of their impact on the ability of law firms to do their jobs, right? Mm-hmm. So one of the big things is it restricts lawyers at these firms from even meeting with government officials or entering federal buildings. You know, one of the big things cutting across all of these executive orders is a provision that would essentially end contracts that the law firm clients have with the U.S. government. And that's a really lucrative part of business for these big law firms.
So it would essentially cripple their ability to do business. So how are they approaching this? How are they responding?
Yeah, so law firms are essentially divided in 2 camps. Some are suing in U.S. federal court. Others are, at least in 2 instances, making deals with the Trump administration. And we hear the Trump administration wants to bring more executive orders. And I think, you know, law firms, really big law firms across the country are sort of having internal discussions now about how to respond.
Hundreds of thousands of Turks waving flags and protesting, the biggest demonstrations in more than a decade, triggered by the arrest of Istanbul's mayor on graft charges more than a week ago. A letter from Ekrem İmamoğlu was read out to supporters.
Her şeyi kendi yaptığı halde Erdoğan asla sorumluluk üstlenmiyor.
Blaming President Tayyip Erdogan, and his crackdown on his political rival is having wider ramifications. That includes the peace process with Kurdish militants, despite jailed leader Abdullah Öcalan's call for the PKK to disband last month. Darren Butler covers Turkey for us.
Kurdish people were very hopeful, actually, when Öcalan first made the call for the PKK to lay down arms. But they have become increasingly skeptical and mistrustful for the government. And the reasons for that, not only has the party that they support, the pro-Kurdish Dem Party, faced a crackdown But also, the main opposition is now facing a similar crackdown. So considering these developments, that's really eroded some of the confidence and hope that many Kurds in the southeast had for the peace process.
How critical is the support of the Kurds then for Erdogan?
The president and his ruling party have long sought a new constitution, which they say would help democratize Turkey. And it's possible that Kurdish support for such a move would help the government push through such reforms in parliament. But at the same time, given that we have these protests and, as I said, the crackdown which the opposition is facing, this could actually undermine Kurdish support, certainly from the main Kurdish political party. It could undermine their support for any constitutional changes unless they got what they wanted.
Before we go, our recommended read today takes us to the Caribbean and anger over the soaring prices of things like bottled water in the French territory of Martinique. Polluted soil and water is a major health concern there, but the anger is also linked to issues over class and race and generational links to the slave trade. There's a link to the full story in the pod description.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Make sure to follow us in your favorite podcast player. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
The Middle East region, home to the world's largest sovereign wealth funds, managing $3.5 trillion in assets, $4 trillion economy, young, digital-first population, driving future growth.
Great opportunities for investors in the global south, Africa, the Middle East, as well as other developing countries.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Now, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, we have a lot of news to get through. Just one of the latest couple of news that's coming out there's a recalibration of, for example, Brussels, but also Europe and France now trying to find Apple. So France finding Apple, 150 million euros, doesn't seem huge, but there you go, over its iOS app data tracking consent. So we'll see whether this then goes to Brussels and becomes a lot bigger. Now, President Donald Trump says he plans to impose so-called reciprocal tariffs on all countries on Wednesday. Now, his comments to reporters on Air Force One tempered down speculation that some nations could be spared.
You'd start with all countries, so let's see what happens. There are many countries. I haven't heard a rumor about 15 countries, 10 or 15.
So you're starting with all countries?
Essentially, all of the countries that we're talking about. We wouldn't be talking about all countries. That's not a cutoff.
Now, Trump also threatened to quote secondary tariffs on buyers of Russian oil if Vladimir Putin refuses a ceasefire with Ukraine. Trump says he still trusts Putin.
You're talking about Putin. I don't think he's going to go back on his word. I've known him for a long time. We've always gotten along well. He considers Zelensky not credible. He's supposed to be making a deal with him, whether you like him or you don't like him. So I wasn't happy with that. But I think he's going to be good. I certainly wouldn't want to put secondary tariffs on Russia, but if they were put on, it would not be very good for them.
Well, let's discuss all of this with our panel. Joining us now, Rosalind Matheson, our EMEA News Director, Rachel Evans, our Managing Editor for FX Rates for US and EMEA, and Marcus Morris-Eaton, Portfolio Manager for European and Global Growth Equities at AllianceBernstein. We assembled our A-team to try and face the week that is. It's only Monday, and really the big day, Roz, is April 2nd. It feels like Donald Trump is on a combative mood.
Well, certainly he does seem to be that way, but also what we can see from those comments overnight on trade is that it feels like things are still very much in flux, and there's a lot of conversation probably still going on, even towards tomorrow and Wednesday, about what exactly these reciprocal tariffs are going to look like. We know very little for sure in terms of like who's going to be hit. Is it truly everyone? How are they going to be hit? What's the organisation for paperwork even when they do get hit? There's just simply a lot we don't know, and maybe some of that is deliberate, but some of it also seems to reflect the reality that there are ongoing conversations still happening in his administration to the 11th hour to try and ascertain what to do and then how to make it work.
Yeah, and whatever happens, Rachel, is that actually markets don't like it. I mean, we see stocks falling, and there's, the gold and treasuries are now the shelter more than ever.
Yeah, and I mean, this has really kind of been taking off since like the back end of last week. We have been sort of seeing people starting to look through some of the noise around tariffs, a bit of a sense of, we need to see the sort of whites of the eyes of tariffs before we actually act, because there's been so much, to Roz's point, uncertainty around exactly what will come through, and then some flip-flopping and U-turns about some of the previous tariffs that have come in and then been taken off. So folk had wanted to kind of really see the reality, but I think as we've got nearer and nearer to this deadline, and there's been, not really that much in the way of kind of suggestions that it won't be a very broad kind of action, people have started to want to take some risk off the table. It's not kind of a full-on rout as yet, but it's definitely been a sense that there is caution in the market and wanting to take money out of play.
And Marcus, I mean, we're therefore probably expecting more cuts from the Fed, or certainly that's what the market is betting on.
Yeah, I think that, to be honest, it's all up in the air at the moment, though. And as the two ladies said, it's a dangerous game to bet and forecast these tariffs, because on the one hand, we have to forecast what's going to be announced tomorrow. But then the one thing we know for certain is that will be a negotiating position. And from speaking to US corporates, it's very clear that this lack of visibility around tariffs is really creating decision paralysis. So I think it will be good for everyone when we get greater clarity on the tariff regime, and companies can then invest for the future and understanding what the landscape looks like.
Yeah, Goldman Sachs, I think, economists there were predicting 3 rate cuts at both the Fed but also the ECB, really changing their previous forecast. Have you changed any of your forecasts?
No, we haven't yet, because I said it's a very dynamic situation. We need to understand what tariffs are actually announced, what are enacted, and then the corresponding impact on inflation. So we would rather focus on the underlying corporates themselves that can manage whatever policy is enacted.
Rachel, I mean, it does seem like, if you're the Fed right now, you're in a wait-and-see situation, but it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of kind of different issues that the tariff situation throws out. Number one, you're going to have potentially a growth hit. We've been seeing a lot more talk about recession, and what do you do in that sort of situation? Well, buying treasuries might be a good way to do it. But then also, to Marcus's point, the inflationary picture. Do you start to see price pressures kind of picking up as a result of tariffs? We saw kind of a lot of headlines over the weekend about sort of people going to car lots in the US, looking to buy cars now because they worry that there are going to be sort of like higher prices passed on from those automaker tariffs. So I think if we start to see those kind of tariffs broadly impacting prices, then that has an inflationary impact, which would be bad for bonds. So you have this kind of like push-pull of, does this hit growth or does this hit prices? And what does the Fed then do about it? Because it would cut to support growth, but you'd want to keep sort of a more higher rates if you were to try and kind of tackle price increases.
And we're just hearing actually from Mr. Panetta from the ECB saying, look, the fight against inflation is not over. Monetary policy needs to consider a weaker economy. When does Donald Trump actually sit up and take notice, Ross? Does he again look through all of these market moves?
Well, he keeps saying that he is, and that he and his administration are not paying attention to markets, but they say it so often you have to wonder if they truly are, because they keep reminding us that they're not. And how many times do they have to say that? And obviously he's a businessman, so he wants to take the mood. He's very responsive, to what is the mood amongst ordinary Americans. They are his bread and butter. American companies, again, who are in his ear a lot about some of this, including the auto companies on the auto tariff side. And therefore he is, to Marcus's point, a negotiator. And so he needs to factor in, how is this being received, what is my position, what can I change, and therefore he is someone who can change his mind very quickly. We've seen sometimes within a matter of hours. So he's obviously paying attention to where the market's at and where rates are too.
Rachel, I guess, the $1 million question is that this could be a little bit of pain now to make the U.S. better off, which we know the president has an issue with, right, saying the U.S. has been taking advantage for a long time. Over the last couple of days, we also hear about this Mar-a-Lago Accord really coming up at the forefront. Like, what do we do with that?
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to just kind of like how much noise and how many different things you need to process, because there is that kind of potential that Trump is sort of like indicating down the line, you're going to have to suck it up markets for now, because give it kind of, when they kind of enact all these reforms, a couple of years down the line, lower spending, all of that could be a positive for markets. But when you actually then sort of like look at all of the different impulses, this idea of a Mar-a-Lago Accord designed to weaken the dollar by encouraging overseas owners of treasuries to kind of swap their holdings for longer dated securities. It's a very big picture for markets to take in day on, day out. So these are things that I'm sure, portfolio managers are kind of thinking about and wondering. But until you actually see sort of real policy behind a Mar-a-Lago Accord, it's very hard to kind of make any decisions about what you actually own. And I think similarly with this kind of longer term picture around whether this could potentially be a positive for the US in the future, you kind of need to see that starting to play out. And at the moment, you just have a lot of kind of headwinds, like day in, day out, that you need to kind of be constantly repositioning for, or just stepping back and waiting to see the clarity kind of emerge.
Yeah, and Marcus, this is, I guess, the tricky part of it is that it keeps on coming up. Like, look, are we seeing the end of U.S. exceptionalism? What's it mean for stocks? Do you actually buy into European stocks? So you've been looking at, for example, EU versus U.S. performance of equities.
Yeah, and to be honest, for the last 15 years, US equities have been the only game in town. And rightly so. Over that period, the US market has outperformed Europe by over 300%. And European bulls have constantly been arguing that Europe is cheap and under-owned. But the problem is you need a catalyst for that re-rating to close. And that's what we've finally seen at the beginning of this year, which has led to the European outperformance. So on the one hand, you've got much more resilient European earnings, seeing actually earnings upgrades this year as a result of the slightly weaker euro. Of course, then you have the potential ceasefire in Ukraine, which would be supportive for the region from both a sentiment but also economic perspective. And then latterly, you've got the German fiscal stimulus, which has the potential to be a real game changer for the region. So we've seen a relatively big move year to date, but in the context of the last 15 years, it is still shallow. So we're hopeful that this could continue.
But is this a Draghi moment? I mean, when you look at the impact of the German fiscal stimulus, maybe raising productivity, also a lot of genuine efforts from European countries to reduce regulation, could this be Europe's moment?
I think it could be. It's certainly a game changer for Germany and probably to a lesser extent Europe more broadly. The sheer quantum of numbers is huge, and it's important not to forget this. I mean, we're talking about 2.2% of GDP incremental spend per year on defence and infrastructure. And with the fiscal multiplier you typically see in terms of infrastructure construction spend, that has the potential to be quite powerful. But as you rightly said, it needs to be accompanied by broader productivity gains and hopefully less red tape to make Europe more competitive against other regions.
Rachel, I mean, the BOJ is also cutting the amount of super long bond purchases in the quarterly plan. Like, the BOJ is slightly apart from everything else. How would they be looking at tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to look to see whether they're going to be impacted by them, of course. There's this whole talk about, the dirty 15 that Besant kind of referenced a couple of weeks ago. And are these going to be the ones that really get kind of hammered by tariffs? So Japan's going to be looking to see to what degree it kind of gets sort of, labelled as one of these kind of trade abusers. But, of course, they have their own sort of macro story to be dealing with. The Bank of Japan is on this kind of path towards higher interest rates. That's not necessarily going to change unless you do see this kind of turmoil in global markets kind of take off to such a degree that for all central banks they're having to think about lowering rates again to kind of support the economy. I mean, they've only just really started lifting off, so it seems unlikely that unless we really see ructions that's going to change.
Roz, I mean, in the middle of this, there's so much politics. And again, yesterday, many people would have been taken by surprise by the fact that Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump don't seem to be getting along like they used to.
Well, we are seeing a bit of frustration creep in, and publicly so, although Donald Trump then kind of sanded down his comments a bit later. He was talking initially about secondary tariffs, which seemed to be really secondary sanctions on Russian oil, and saying he was angry with Putin for positing out loud, it seems, that Ukraine could be replaced in terms of its government by a temporary administration from the UN. And the frustration here seems to be for Donald Trump is that getting a full ceasefire in Ukraine is going pretty slowly, and certainly slower than he would like. You've got a sort of partial ceasefire, in the Black Sea, a partial energy ceasefire that's not really holding that well, but the real tough stuff on the ground is not even being discussed in great detail as yet. So we're some way off potentially for a full ceasefire. And any public comments, including even by Vladimir Putin, that might muddy the waters on that in terms of Ukraine would say, hang on, we're not going to rush here because are you suggesting that we need to replace our government? Is this something that Trump and Putin are agreeing on here? Anything that interferes with the process of speed for Donald Trump here, he's annoyed about, and that seems to be what's happened here. So it's not as though he says, he trusts Putin, he knows Putin wants a deal, but equally he is expressing a little bit of frustration that maybe Putin is dragging the chain.
Yeah, I mean, after last week, this signal conversation on national security interests in the U.S., which the Republican Party are refuting that it was actually sensitive information. Are you expecting more on that? Will someone have to resign, or is it now bridge under the water?
Well, it's interesting seeing the reports that perhaps Mike Waltz, of course, could be the one who's in the line on this, although no signs that Donald Trump wants to fire anybody, because equally for him, firing someone so soon in his administration could be seen as a sign of weakness. Equally, he can't be happy that this is dominating the discourse, and what seems to annoy him above everything is that someone accidentally added a journalist to the chat. It's not that they were discussing confidential information in the chat about, operational plans against the Houthis in Yemen. It's simply that fact, and perhaps a conversation that's going on still in the White House about that. We might see that there are efforts to move away from signal going forward, lessons learned there perhaps, but unlikely to go really beyond that. You can see the ranks that are closing, particularly again around others who were involved. For example, Hegseth, his defence secretary, seems to be in the clear.
Yeah, and on that, actually, the markets have, overlooked any kind of, an internal debate on what needs to happen. And what's less clear is what happens to oil if there is a kind of ceasefire in Ukraine, Rachel.
Yeah, no, I think that's true, and I think to Roz's point about kind of the delay that they've seen in terms of like coming to a ceasefire. Trump sort of said, I'm going to sort this out on day one. He came in with very sort of big plans, so people kind of had a sense of where things were trending. And whenever you see that, and whenever people have a sense of where things are trending, the market tends to price it in. So I think there's kind of a question mark about like how much further things go when you actually see kind of a ceasefire agreed versus how much has already kind of been factored in. And certainly people are already thinking about how do you get investment back into Russia? How do you start getting Russia back into the community of acceptable security? So I think, it's TBD on kind of like exactly how much of that is still to go.
And Marcus, one of the big plays, of course, has been defence, European defence. Does that still have room to grow?
Yeah, I think so. You've clearly seen a big move in the European defence sector year to date, but actually really since the start of the Ukraine war, and valuations in the European defence sector have doubled over that time frame. So it's easy to feel that you might have missed the rally. But actually when you step back, and to quote one of the European defence CEOs, we have seen a clear paradigm shift in defence spending. And we'll see what comes out of the NATO summit in June. But I think it's clear that European defence budgets as a percent of GDP will start with a 3 and probably be in the mid-3s. And actually, when you realise that there'll be much greater focus on European procurement, you're probably looking at a 3 times multiplier on the procurement spend in Europe. The challenge for European defence companies is capacity utilisation is very high, if not completely full. And so it will take time for that not only to filter through to concrete orders, but actually for them to have the manufacturing capacity to be able to cope with these orders.
Okay, thank you all for joining us. A lot to get through on this Monday morning. Rosalind Matheson and Rachel Evans, thank you. And Marcus Morrison-Eaton from AllianceBernstein stays with me. Now, coming up, a verdict due in the trial of Marine Le Pen over the alleged misuse of EU funds. We'll bring you the latest next. And this is Bloomberg. The conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is a Pulse, and I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, Marine Le Pen, the leader of France's National Rally Party, will find out today whether she'll be banned from running for president in 2027. An immediate ban sought by prosecutors is a very real risk for Le Pen if she and her party are found guilty of diverting millions of euros in EU funds to finance activities related to their domestic agenda. Well, Le Pen has denied the allegations. For more on this, we're joined by Caroline Conan from our Paris bureau. So, Caroline, we saw pictures, actually, of Marine Le Pen entering the court. So what do we expect from the judges today, and what could it mean for Le Pen?
We could actually have the verdict in the next few minutes or in the next 2 hours, because there are 2 different strategies for the judges here. Either they say the verdict first and then explain the reasons why, or the other way around. So it could be a little bit of a torture for the next couple of hours for Marine Le Pen, because as you mentioned, the biggest risk is that she could face an immediate ban from running for office for the next 5 years, which means she could potentially be banned from running for the next presidential elections in 2027. Obviously, that would be a huge shocker for public opinion. She could also be found guilty but get a suspending sentence, which, of course, the National Rally hopes is going to be the verdict today. Marine Le Pen, along with 9 former members of the European Parliament, are accused of embezzling as much as 4.5 million euros of public funds from the European Parliament that they allegedly used for the operations of the party back in France, hiring, for example, allegedly fake parliamentary assistants who were in fact working for the National Rally back home and were not in Brussels and were not in Strasbourg. Of course, this verdict could potentially be a total game changer for 2027, the next presidential election.
So, Caroline, how popular is Le Pen right now, and who would be the backup plan if she becomes ineligible?
Francine, I want to show you this poll that was conducted by Le Journal du Dimanche, the weekend paper. 37%. That's how much she could potentially get in the first round if a presidential election was held today in France against the former Prime Minister Edouard Philippe or the former Prime Minister Gabriel Attal. So that's more than 10 points more than the score she did in the first round last time in 2022. So obviously she's very popular. She's never been closer to possibly winning a presidential election. And a lot of analysts here are talking about a possible Trumpification of French politics, with the French people not necessarily understanding this decision, just like what we saw after the Capitol riots in the US, when Donald Trump was accused, obviously, of being responsible for this riot. And she could play the victim and gain even more popularity after this.
Caroline, thank you so much for the terrific briefing. Caroline Conan there in Paris. Now we're back with Marissa Eaton from Alliance Bernstein, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Michael Msika, Deputy Team Leader for EMEA Equity Markets and Strategy. So thank you both for either sticking around or joining us. Michael, I mean, there's so much going on, right? There's a lot of political turmoil in Europe with Marine Le Pen, but also you don't really know what happens to the Bundestag once, for example, the German defense billing is spent. Is April 2nd a kind of clearing event for European equities?
Well, Francine, that was the assumption until now. April 2nd, we're going to know everything. Stocks will price in everything that needs to be priced in, and then they can resume whatever they were going to do. That's not the case anymore. We've seen a big switch. People are getting more pessimistic. And now April 2nd is more like another uncertain event. We've got hedging coming back to the forefront of anything, even though we had a lot of risk reduction in the past few weeks. There's still a lot of hedging going on. We've seen strategies cutting targets, especially in the US. So a lot of pessimism going on. Today, Goldman Sachs cut its target for the second time this month. On the S&P 500, there's just now pretty much no upside until the end of the year and over the next 12 months. In Europe, there's a bit more optimism still, but it remains really unlikely that the region will, hold their gains if the US starts really taking over.
And Marcus, I mean, this is a problem, right? You basically have a lot of political uncertainty. You could see voters very undecided in upcoming European elections. You have tariffs, and then you have everything in between.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in many ways that is the ball point. In Europe, we're well used to political uncertainty. We've had our fair share over the last decade or so. And it feels like at the moment, as Michael rightly says, that we are approaching almost peak pessimism. I mean, everyone is rightly concerned about tariffs. But once we get a concrete understanding of what is announced and what is actually enacted, hopefully then the market can return back to focusing on fundamentals, which in Europe actually look quite healthy at the moment.
I mean, they look healthy, but then the million-dollar question is how healthy do they look for how long, Michael?
Yeah, that's the big problem. So in Europe, you have that stimulus package that is coming up. Obviously, there's a very big differential in terms of policy, whether it's fiscal or monetary. So Europe is really positive, got lower rates. They're going to keep getting lower this year. They're going to be much lower than the Feds. The stimulus package is big. In the US, there's no stimulus that is planned at the moment. So there's all those positives. The problem is you've got all those tariffs and how big they become, and how much each country retaliates, and what's going to be the impact on global growth. And that's what you're seeing at the moment. The rotation that we're seeing is like everyone is getting out of cyclicals, and that shows that investors see those tariffs more as a global growth like impact, negative impact, rather than just like a sectoral kind of impact.
Thank you both, Michael and Marcus. Morris Easton there from Allianz Bernstein and Bloomberg's Michael Msika. Coming up, Donald Trump doubles down on tariffs ahead of a crucial week and issues a warning on Russia, so we'll have the latest. That's next, and this is Bloomberg. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. The global sell-off deepens as traders brace for more U.S. tariffs. Donald Trump rules out exemptions, saying all countries will be hit on April 2nd. The U.S. president also lashes out at Vladimir Putin, threatening secondary tariffs on buyers of Russian oil if he refuses a ceasefire with Ukraine. Plus, a verdict due in the trial of Marine Le Pen, the National Rally leader, could be barred from running for French president in 2027 if found guilty. So global investors are bracing for the impact of President Trump's so-called reciprocal tariffs this week. On Saturday, Trump told NBC that he, quote, couldn't care less if automakers raised prices in response to the 25% levies on all imported vehicles and parts. Well, Bloomberg's global trade editor, Brendan Murray, joins us now from Copenhagen. So, Brendan, it's all over the place. What's the latest?
Yeah, so here we are just 2 days away from the big tariff rollout, and there still isn't much clarity on what exactly we're going to get. Late last week, we heard the president say he was going to be lenient in the doling out of these tariffs, but over the weekend, we heard him say that all countries are in the crosshairs. So what we're looking at are something on the order of 15 to 20 countries. Those countries make up about 80% of all U.S. imports, and if you're on that list, these could be anywhere from the European Union to Mexico to China to Vietnam to South Korea, Japan. These countries who've long had trade surpluses with the U.S. Are bracing for some of the highest of those tariffs, the exact level of which yet we don't know.
What's Trump's reasoning behind the auto tariffs?
He wants things made in the United States. That's ultimately the thing he wants most, particularly when it comes to automobiles. Automobile supply chains are spread out globally, particularly in Canada and Mexico, and he wants companies, whether they're from in Germany or South Korea, to make those products in the U.S. Another incentive that they've been talking about in the tax bill is to provide tax incentives for Americans who buy cars made with all American parts. So they're linking the two, the fiscal issue together with the trade issue, and there's a lot of a range of things that we're going to get on Wednesday, from blanket tariffs on big trading partners to perhaps investigations that would lead to the legal authority to apply those tariffs further down the road.
Brendan, thank you so much. Brendan Murray there, who leads our global trade coverage. Now, President Trump has also threatened secondary tariffs on buyers of Russian oil if Vladimir Putin refuses a ceasefire with Ukraine. Well, Trump told NBC News that he was, quote, very angry at Putin for casting doubt on Ukrainian President Zelensky's legitimacy as a negotiating partner. Well, lots to discuss with Tina Fordham, founder of Fordham Global Foresight. Tina, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, first of all, just on these sanctions, when you look at, just away from geopolitics, there's a lot of tariffs. April 2nd is the big day coming. How are you briefing your clients on what that means economically?
Thank you, Francine. Well, first of all, tariffs are a form of geopolitical power. So just to get that straight, geopolitics is what countries do to project power across their borders. And so tariffs, sanctions are very much within that field. And they are far and away the most prominent instrument of economic statecraft. Our clients tend to be asking us to try to read President Trump's mind. And as you've already talked about earlier in the program, there are lots of pretexts being provided about what might be motivating these tariffs. The bottom line is, I don't think we're going to be very successful at reading Trump's mind. I think the uncertainty and the confusion is part of the MO, the modus operandi. And I think there's not enough attention being paid to retaliation prospects and what this means more broadly for the rules of the game and clarity around doing business.
Tina, when you look at some of the unorthodox, I guess, trade policies, is it too soon to find out how far the White House is willing to go?
I think if we're going to be diplomatic about it, that this is an iterative process, that there'll be an opening salvo and then attempts to negotiate. In our discussions with European member states trying to see how they're thinking about things, we are beginning to see evidence of holding back a bit for fear of potentially inflaming tensions further. And that makes it even harder for market participants to try to anticipate how to position, because it isn't likely to be the case that April 2nd, Liberation Day, we get some clarity, we can all sort of adjust and move on. The UK, for example, has been hoping for carve-outs. That is a double-edged sword. Italy as well, hoping that their better relationship, the relationship between Trump and Giorgia Meloni, might be helpful. I think market participants have kind of given up, and we can see this in this morning's sell-off.
Tina, overall, when you look at also some of the big news this weekend about, I guess, the U.S. and the U.K. saying we need to hold strong and maybe be tougher on Russia, how much do you understand the relationship to be between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump at this point? Are they friends? Are they frenemies? Is it an economic advantage, or is it genuinely likability?
I think I've said on your show before that I expect Putin to run rings around Donald Trump. And with that in mind, the tough rhetoric about secondary sanctions, I think should be taken seriously. I think in general we should take President Trump seriously and literally. I don't believe that Putin is serious or has ever been serious about a ceasefire. And that may mean that President Trump gets increasingly frustrated with his erstwhile friend Vladimir Putin, because I don't think that Russia shows any real signs of wanting to come to the table. And frankly, it's also surprising to see President Trump annoyed about casting aspersions on Zelensky's legitimacy when we saw how he was treated in the Oval Office. And so, if anything, the pressure on Zelensky has actually bolstered his popularity at home and backfired in terms of what Putin would like to see, which is a different leader, one more pliable when it comes to what the Kremlin would like to see.
And Tina, where does the UK stand in all of this?
Caught in the middle, or putting a more positive spin on it, the UK really cherishes its role as a bridge between the European Union and Washington. But that bridge is looking a little bit wobbly, and it's a difficult position for Prime Minister Keir Starmer to take. But at the same time, he is, I think, rightfully receiving plaudits for his role. UK is convening a big meeting here in London today. And the question is really, to my mind, is whether the fact that Keir Starmer is a little bit of the teacher's pet when it comes to European leaders actually helps the UK or ends up, potentially causing Starmer more problems than it helps.
Does that mean, Tina, that actually the UK is somewhat, if not exempt, in a favorable position ahead of April 2nd and the massive tariffs coming our way?
I think that's what the hope will be. But again, it's a real double-edged sword, potentially, and it has put Downing Street in the position of having to say that it would consider retaliation. And that's not something that I suspect the Prime Minister would have been wanting to make clear, but it's again this need to constantly balance between wanting to be working constructively with Washington at the same time as Starmer has been pursuing a UK-EU reset and doesn't want to look to European partners like it's being singled out in a positive way for Washington. So very complex balancing act for the Prime Minister.
And Tina, where does this leave China? Again, there's a number of thinkers that say all of this changing geopolitics actually could push Europe closer towards China.
I think there's an opportunity for Europe at many levels. I mean, we have been talking in our research about the mega thesis, make Europe great again, not without many caveats, of course. The possibilities for China, I think, have actually increased as the U.S. has become more erratic in its global leadership. But let's remember, too, that the Chinese leadership is never really in a hurry. It can wait and watch on the sidelines, court potential deals and allies, and kind of do the cleanup when it comes to the potential for deals and for positioning.
Tina, as always, thank you so much for the great insight. Tina Fordham, their founder of Fordham Global Foresight. Now, coming up, we'll speak to the chief executive of the European refiner, Varo Energy, about a deal that will make it Europe's second largest renewable fuel producer. That exclusive interview is next, and this is Bloomberg. Conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is The Pulse, and I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, European refiner Varo Energy has agreed to buy Swedish biofuels producer Preem in a deal that will make it the region's second largest renewable fuel producer. Now, Varo is backed by trading giant Vitol Group and private equity firm Carlyle Group. Now, the deal comes as energy companies and traders look to diversify away from fossil fuels to greener alternatives. Well, I'm joined exclusively by Dev Sanyal, chief executive of Varo. So thank you so much, first of all, sir, for joining us, and congratulations. I know it's a big day for you, so we're grateful that you give us a little bit of your busy schedule. Why bet on renewables now when other industry leaders like Neste or Shell have pulled back or cautioned about the outlook?
Well, very good morning, Francine, and thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about what is, I think, an historic deal for us, and I think actually for European energy security. This deal is not just about renewables. I think at the heart of our strategy, it's about what we call the twin engine strategy. Engine one, which is about conventional energies that we want to make reliable, efficient, decarbonize it over time, and then over time repurpose it. And it's about selectively investing in what we call engine two, which is sustainable energies, primarily focused on molecules, biogas, biofuels. So this company combined will have revenues of $100 billion. It will have a very significant presence, over 500,000 barrels a day in refining and manufacturing, but also have a very significant presence in biofuels in particular, as well as biogas. We will have 6 strategically positioned manufacturing hubs in both conventional energies as well as new energies, and we will serve 50,000 business customers in 33 countries through a network of 120 terminals infrastructure. So it's about both engine one and engine two.
Okay. Do you expect renewable fuel margins to actually improve? And are you placing your bets more on sustainable aviation fuel or HVO diesel?
Well, I think we always take a view that the energy transition is all about being sure that we are flexible, not having a deterministic view. So as we think about, for example, sustainable aviation fuels, we can actually produce SAF, or we can also produce HVO. In our units. Similarly, in biogas, we can produce biomethane or we can produce bio-LNG. So I think the reality is that bio has a very strong momentum, because effectively when you think about the introduction of biofuels, you don't actually have to change the infrastructure entirely. You don't have to change the engines, and we are talking about essentially 80 to 90% reduction in terms of emissions. So it does provide a solution, not the only one, but a very important one as you think about decarbonization of industry as well as mobility.
Yeah. But are you prioritizing one or the other?
The point of an engine one and engine two strategy is we don't make a deterministic bet. We have a belief that the energy transition is going to be, very much energy additions. So we are clearly looking at sort of, making the conventional energies business a lot more efficient, decarbonizing it, while also investing in the renewable energies business, sustainable energies business. And the idea is that the energy transition won't become just one or the other. It'll actually move in parallel, and over time, you will see some technologies making more progress than others. But it is actually about making sure we can actually manage across the various forms of energies to create, if you will, optionality and flexibility for our customers.
Yeah. I mean, Prem has also pledged to cut crude usage, I think, about 15% by 2027 and then phase it out by 2035. Is that still realistic?
I think the way we sort of see it, that ultimately, customer demand and regulations will frame the pace of the transition. And, effectively, if customers are moving faster down a particular track, with our strategy, we are actually very able to adapt. And that's an agility that goes to the strategy rather than a deterministic target setting. We will do X or Y or Z. So, we shall see how the energy landscape evolves. It certainly has evolved in ways that were not completely forecast. That's ever been the case in my 3 decades in the industry. So facts will evolve, facts will change, and by having optionality, you can navigate the transition in a more effective way, which is about actually creating energy security as well as affordability alongside sustainability.
What's your read on diesel and jet fuel demand this year? If you look at refining or refinery margins, will they improve in 2025?
Well, if you forecast, you should forecast often. But what I will say is that refining margins are pretty robust right now. And I think it's fair to say that jet fuel is, growing in demand. And, that's a story of prosperity. It's a story of human progress. I think you will see undoubtedly that there will be other forms of transportation. EVs continue moving forward. But I think the full mix is going to evolve based on a number of factors, one of which is how do you actually ensure the appropriate growth dynamics in this business. Our business in energy is still growing, and you will see ups and downs, you'll see ebbs and flows. But, the prospect for refining is actually pretty robust at the current time. It'll go up and down as it always does. And I certainly think in the case of products like jet, you're seeing actually a story of progress and prosperity that actually mirrors the progress and the demand patterns for that product.
Do you expect overall margins to be better in 2025, or is it still a wait and see given tariffs and some of these trade wars with the U.S.?
I think, Francine, it is an element of wait and see. What I know for a fact is that whatever I say will be inaccurate. But I think the current prognosis looks encouraging in Europe. We've got an investment plan in Europe that I think will actually propel economic activity. As I think about some of the micro factors, they're actually quite encouraging. When you go to the industrial heartland, in Germany, Varo produces 30% of the energy in that area. We are seeing, progress. But there's more to be done. But I certainly think the narrative has shifted in the last 1 month. There is more optimism, more confidence because of the investment program, because of defense security, which I think goes hand in glove with energy security. And so the prospects are encouraging, but it will not be a straight line as always. And I don't think that's just true of conventional energies or renewable energies. It's true of energy as a whole, the entire system.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. That was Jeff Sanyal there, the Varo chief executive, with a big deal on his hands, actually, that was announced just a couple of hours ago. Now, we're just getting some breaking news out of France now. This is a big one. Look, France's Marine Le Pen has been found guilty in the case over misuse of EU funds. Again, a warning that there could be, first of all, some time between this and the sentencing. And so this is happening in a court in Paris. This is, of course, Marine Le Pen, the leader of the National Rally Party. She's about to find out whether she will be banned or not from running for president in 2027 due to an embezzlement case. We don't know whether that changes her political career or her political fortune. The only thing we know for the moment is that France's Marine Le Pen has been found guilty in case over misuse of EU funds, but now we're expecting the sentencing from the judge, which would give us an indication of what happens to her political future. As soon as we get that, of course, we'll bring you the very latest. Now, in a moment, we'll talk banks with Bloomberg's Charlie Wells, but first, today's big take looks at the rising concern in the foreign exchange market about a potential system-wide crisis due to a liquidity mirage. Well, this, as a proliferation of trading platforms and automation, has created a fragmented market. So let's get more on all of this with Bloomberg's FX and rates reporter, Alice Atkins. Alice, so good to speak to you. Wonderful, wonderful reporting with the big takeout today. Why are people worried about FX liquidity?
Now, FX is the largest financial market in the world, but it's also probably the most complicated. There's no one central exchange, and trading activity is scattered across dozens of different platforms and venues. Now, on a day-to-day basis, liquidity is fine. Electronic trading has dramatically slashed the cost of trading, and it's increased the speed with which things turn over. But during more stressed market conditions, players like XTX and Citi are saying that liquidity is becoming increasingly fragile, and this is for a number of reasons. It's partly because banks are less able to warehouse risk now. They've also moved to internalize a lot more flow, so the primary markets are significantly less liquid. And this is stacked up to create an environment where, when you get very directional markets, like with the yen carry blow up last year, small trades can end up causing oversized moves.
So, Alice, has this caught the attention of regulators?
So FX isn't as regulated as other asset classes, and that's because it stretches across different time zones and jurisdictions, but it is closely monitored by the central banks in each nation. And they put together a set of best practice principles known as the FX Global Code. And liquidity is part of that set of principles, and lots of them are sort of upping how closely they monitor the market against this backdrop of liquidity challenges. The New York Fed hosted its first conference on FX market structure just a few months ago, and they talked about how the appearance of liquidity in these abrupt pullbacks is becoming more frequent. And they're closely tracking the growing role of non-bank market makers in keeping liquidity flowing. The Bank of England has also warned and been pushing for more transparency in the market for some time.
And so how are asset managers dealing with all of this?
It's certainly a challenge for asset managers, and what's become very clear is that it's still a relationship-driven market, even if lots of things happen electronically. Some of the older trading platforms can struggle to keep up with price updates during volatility, and so lots of asset managers are trying to narrow down their liquidity providers, fine-tune the trading platforms that they're using. And amid all the volatility we've had around Trump's tariff headlines, some have even reverted to voice trading. So old-school voice trading still plays a big role in the market, even though it's largely electronic.
Alice, thank you so much for the terrific briefing, and of course, congratulations on the story. You can find Bloomberg's Big Take on all of our platforms. Bloomberg's FX and rates reporter, Alice Atkins. Now, with one trading session left in the quarter, U.S. bank stocks are on track, and their worst 3 months since the 2023 regional banking crisis. It's a different picture for the European counterparts, who are ending their best quarter since 2020. So here to talk about the transatlantic divergence is our very own Charlie Wells. Charlie, thank you for joining us. So what explains the split between U.S. and European bank stocks this year?
Francine, I mean, if you're going to pick one theme that just screams out when you look at these charts, it's that political kind of influencing banking here. And we're seeing these political differences on either side of the Atlantic, where you've got this huge amount of cash, this huge push towards defensive spending in Germany, this huge push towards infrastructure, really boosting this banking sector that's already been boosted by cross-border M&A and also by buybacks. Look at the U.S., you've got that that picture of uncertainty that really kind of came in about halfway through the quarter and just saw bank stocks. I'm thinking about the KBW Bank Index that captures a lot of these big banks just careening down on fears about uncertainty, on fears about that M&A pipeline.
And so what are we expecting for earnings? Are we going to see even more of a divide?
This is interesting. So in the U.S. in particular, we've seen these share prices go down, but analysts have kept their earnings estimates roughly where they were at the beginning of the quarter. So not a huge drop there. But I think the razor focus is going to be on M&A activity because that is such a big driver of revenue for these banks. And there had been such high hopes going into this quarter that we'd see that, but it really is in wait-and-see mode.
Okay, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Wells there with the very latest on this divide between European and U.S. banks. Now, in the last couple of minutes, we also had basically this Paris court ruling on Marine Le Pen. Again, the French judges have not yet read out the sentences in Marine Le Pen, but what we know is that she's been found guilty in the case over misuse of EU funds. Now, prosecutors are seeking an immediate ban and a 5-year electoral ban for Le Pen, who's denied any wrongdoing and claims that the prosecution is seeking her political death. We don't yet know what happens actually to her political career. We'll bring you that sentence as soon as it's issued. Now, the Republican Senator Ted Cruz, a little bit later on balance of power. Don't miss that conversation, 9:30 p.m. London time. Up next, Bloomberg Brief, and this is Bloomberg.
ओके गाइस, क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे रेजिस्टेंस पे फिर से आया और फिर से वही ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल बना दी है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस ऑलमोस्ट टारगेट जोन पर ही है। कर दिस कैंडल सेम कैंडल बनाई है जो अभी प्रीवियस रेजिस्टेंस पे बनाई थी। यहाँ पर जब रेजिस्टेंस पे आया था, यहाँ पर भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल बनाई थी एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे। यहाँ पर भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाई है एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल मत करना, ठीक है, ध्यान रखना। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं होता है। वापस सेलिंग इसमें आनी है तो उसके लिए प्राइस को नीचे आना पड़ेगा। या तो कैंडल खुद अपना लो ब्रेक कर देती तो बढ़िया था, अदरवाइज अब इसको वापस नीचे आना पड़ेगा। इस तरह से इसका लो ब्रेक करना पड़ेगा, पुल बैक देगा तभी सेल होगा। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे अदरवाइज सेल डायरेक्टली नहीं होता है। जानबूझ के ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाया जा रहा है रेजिस्टेंस पे सो दैट प्राइस को ऊपर पहुंचाया जाए। लेट्स सी नीचे आता है तो या नहीं आता है। ध्यान रखना अभी इसमें सेलिंग एक्टिवेट हुई नहीं है। बाकी देखते हैं, नेचुरल गैस यहाँ पर आता है तो एक बाइंग का ट्रेड प्लान है। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने इसका ध्यान रखना। नॉर्मली बाइंग करेंगे नॉर्मल कैंडल पे। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी तो बाइंग यहाँ भी नहीं होगी। थोड़ा बहुत ही पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड है, ज़्यादा नहीं। का ध्यान रखना, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बननी चाहिए नेचुरल गैस में फॉर बाइंग। जस्ट लाइक ओपन इक्वल टू लो में सेल नहीं करते, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई में बाय नहीं करते।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. The stock market rout intensified on fears that President Trump's next tariff rollout will deliver a shock to the global economy, with rising recession concerns leaving the S&P on track for its worst quarter compared to the rest of the world since the 1980s. Bloomberg News chief correspondent for global macro markets, Liz McCormick, says there's a lot of uncertainty floating around out there right now.
I was talking to someone who's saying it's not only what President Trump does. You're not sure what's going to be on, off, what the other countries do, what's the feed-through effect. So the uncertainty around tariffs is just so wide.
Bloomberg's Liz McCormick tells Bloomberg Intelligence traders are now positioning for a recession. President Trump will announce those new reciprocal tariffs for trading partners on Wednesday, April 2nd, what Trump calls Liberation Day. Morgan Stanley chief U.S. equity strategist Mike Wilson tells Bloomberg Television this is likely a stepping stone for further negotiations, not necessarily a clearing event.
This is what we kind of signed up for, right? I don't think what the president has done has really been surprising. All of the policy changes so far have been growth negative.
Mike Wilson, chief U.S. equity strategist at Morgan Stanley, says these reciprocal tariffs could push the S&P below 5,500 in the short term, but is not willing to throw in the towel yet on the full-year target. Stocks are dropping around the world, traders bracing for that tariff announcement on Wednesday. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 now down 0.4%, NASDAQ down 1.25%. The Dow is up now 0.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.23% and the 2-year yield at 3.9%. Checking world news now. Marine Le Pen plans to appeal her conviction. The far-right leader in France was convicted of embezzlement by a French court and barred from running in the next election in 2027. She's also been sentenced to 2 years in prison. Bloomberg's Caroline Connan has more from Paris.
She's going to try to appeal this verdict, so there is still a tiny chance that the Court of Appeal schedules the appeal before the end of 2026, let's say, and then she can still be a candidate if she registers about a month and a half before the presidential elections, which are scheduled to take place in the spring of 2027.
Bloomberg's Caroline Connan reports Le Pen accuses prosecutors of plotting her political death before the decision. She is the frontrunner to succeed President Emmanuel Macron, who cannot run again because of term limits. Several European central bank officials are undecided about cutting interest rates next month, despite traders pricing in an 80% chance of a rate cut. Dovish officials still see the need for further loosening, but may not insist on a rate cut if hawkish colleagues want more time to assess data. Online mortgage provider Rocket is acquiring Mr. Cooper Group in an all-stock deal valued at $9.4 billion. Bloomberg's Leanna Baker was asked if this deal could hit antitrust concerns.
It's a good question, and it came up on the conference call, but as you know, Rocket doesn't compete with Mr. Cooper. This is entering sort of a new area for them, and if they do compete, it's in smaller pockets.
The combined company will service a book of $2.1 trillion in loans and nearly 10 million clients. Once they do get regulatory approval, the deal will be complete in the fourth quarter. Tax collection projections are down. Refunds are up. That could dampen revenue and potentially lead to an earlier deadline for Congress to raise the debt ceiling. The Treasury's cash balance has dropped to $281 billion. It has only $207 billion of extraordinary measures left to continue fulfilling its financial obligations. Experts warn that weak revenue intake could mean a breach of the debt ceiling as soon as late May or June, and Congress does not have a plan to address it. The Supreme Court is considering whether Catholic nonprofits are eligible for tax exemptions. The case has implications for other religiously connected organizations. Catholic Charities wants the Supreme Court to reverse a Wisconsin state court ruling denying them the tax exemptions received by the Catholic Church. The religious rights case is one of several before the justices this term, testing whether the government must accommodate religion. Vaccine and biotech stocks plummeted after Peter Marks, a top regulator at the Food and Drug Administration, resigned because of friction with Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Marks' departure has raised concerns about the politicization of the scientific process and future of vaccines and gene therapies, industry leaders and analysts expressing uncertainty and negativity. Moderna shares now nearly 9% lower, Novavax shares down nearly 6.5%, and Sarepta shares are more than 8% lower. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.